Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So the first item on agenda is a short presentation from staff, followed by a vote on the multi-district online school submitted by the Colorado Charter Institute on behalf of Colorado Early College's online campus. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Martinez and Mr. Cottonsteady. And it looks like we have our guests coming up as well, Charter School Institute and the multi-district online. So welcome. Thank you for coming all the way up to Estes Park. We know it was a little bit of a drive. At least it was a pretty drive.
Great, thank you. Good morning, members of the board. The following agenda item is related to an application for certification of a multi-district online school submitted by the Colorado Charter School Institute on behalf of Colorado Early Learning College's online campus. I'm here today with Bill Cottonsteady, as it is our office that oversees the application process. We also have a handful of guests with us today who represent the applicant. From the Charter School Institute, we have Dr. Terry Cray Lewis, who serves as the Executive Director of CSI, Janet Dinnan, who is the Chief of Staff, and Ryan Marks, who serves as the Chief of Authorizing and Accountability. Joining us virtually from CSI is Kim Kaplan, who is the Director of Professional Learning and School Programs. Terry and her staff are here with us today as CSI is applying as the authorizer for the school. Joining us on behalf of the school are Sandy Brown, the Chief Executive Administrator of Colorado Early Colleges, Tom Smith, the Executive Director of Online Learning, Cody Whetstone, the Academic Dean of Online Education, and Brenda Rhodes, the Executive Office Administrator. Pursuant to statute, when the State Charter School Institute wishes to open a multi-district online school under their authorization, they are required to apply to the Office of Blended and Online Learning for state certification. The review process is designed to respect local authority and decision-making about program structure, content, and delivery, while ensuring the following three priorities. The first one is that the authorizer has the resources and capacity to oversee the online school. Second, the authorizer has demonstrated that the proposed school meets an acceptable level of compliance with the quality standards for online schools and programs. And finally, that the authorizer and the entity running the online school have agreed on a plan for operating the school. The applications are reviewed using criteria that have been established both in statute and state board rule. That rule is 1 CCR 301-71, which is also known as the Rules for the Administration, Certification, and Oversight of Colorado Online Programs. Based on these requirements, the office has built a rubric that is designed to gauge to what extent the applicant proposals meet applicable criteria components. The application is reviewed by individuals both within the department and from external reviewers with expertise in online learning and online school administration. Based on a review of the Colorado Early College's online campus application, our office learned that in the original application submitted, there were a few areas in the application that did not meet the criteria components set within the rubric. In particular, 2 of the 27 components had elements needing further information before reviewers could determine that the standards were met. In these situations, authorizers are provided with the opportunity to review the ratings and reviewer feedback, and then are asked to provide an updated application that seeks to address any noted gaps. CSI responded with revisions for the application. Following a review of the authorizer's revisions, the second review determined that the updated application met expectations for all 27 criteria components. The final application is included in your board documents, and also important to note that our current procedures are such that we ask the applicants to resubmit the original application with any notable edits pointed out. And for this item, you'll see that those edits are highlighted in yellow. The board memo also includes performance data for CSI, along with school ratings for the schools that CSI authorizes. Additional materials provided to you include the first review rubric with the feedback provided to CSI, the second review rubric, and a blank rubric template, as well as a copy of the application template. The question that we are now asking the board is to vote on whether to approve or deny CSI's application for certification of a multi-district online school on behalf of Colorado Early Colleges Online Campus. Mr. Cottonsteady and I are here to answer any questions you have for our online and blended learning office. And as mentioned, Dr. Terry Cray-Lewis, Ms. Denon, Mr. Marks, and Ms. Kaplan are here on behalf of CSI, as well as Ms. Brown, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Whetstone, and Ms. Rhodes on behalf of the school in the event you have any questions for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a technical request here. I realize that we have this screen set up so that folks in the audience can see as well. But today, it's a real disadvantage, since we have one of our colleagues joining us, for us not to be able to see it well. Could I ask the folks that are sitting toward the back to move closer to the front so that we may turn this so that we can see any guests that we have and our board member? Thank you. I just want to be able to see if Dr. Sheffel somehow tries to get my attention, and I can't do it that way. That's perfect for us. Can you all see it? Ms. Oakes, can you see it? Okay, good. All right, let's move forward. Questions, colleagues? Are you ready to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the application for certification of a multi-district online school submitted by the Colorado Charter Institute, CSI, on behalf of Colorado Early Colleges Online Campus, CECOLC.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Those initials are going to be a new soda pop brand. Don't you think? It's just got a sing to it that.
Better trademark those as soon as you can.
Yeah, I would. Colleagues, any questions? I did want to, I read your materials. I would appreciate a real quick 2 or 3 sentences explaining why you're doing this, because there's a really good, for me, there was a really good explanation, given that you already have 4 or 5 online schools, why you've moved to the multi-district. I think that makes sense. Who among you would like to speak?
My name is Cody Whetstone. I'm the Academic Dean of Online Education for Colorado Early Colleges. Thank you, Board Member, for your question. There are several reasons and advantages that we see to moving to a multi-district online school. For one, we recognize the need for better systems within, like, a unified system within our approach to the schools. So we are currently 6 individual single district online schools, and this will help us uniform our educational processes and enhance our assessment protocols, our academic protocols, as well as our record keeping for all of the school districts. We also know that there is an interest in our program outside of the allotment of populations that are allowed within our single district online schools, and those are students that were eager to join our program, and we're happy and excited at the opportunity to educate. Those are the 2 major reasons
Right,
for us.
thank you.
Yeah.
And will you be phasing out then the individual online schools, or will you be operating both?
We plan to operate both.
Okay. Or you can do otherwise if that
Yeah,
becomes efficient.
correct.
Any questions? Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a few questions when I was looking at the enrollment numbers. Is this fully asynchronous online?
It is not fully asynchronous online. It is 60% synchronous and 40% asynchronous. So we offer synchronous classes on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and then Tuesdays and Thursdays are asynchronous days for the students. Our teachers are full-time, so they're available for students on Tuesdays and Thursdays for small group interventions or office hours or any other sort of supports that they can provide, but that's our ratio of synchronous to asynchronous at this time.
Thank you. And then what's the teacher load? How many students does each teacher?
Our current teacher ratio is 200 to 1, with language arts being 100 to 1. There are more language arts credits and more language arts classes, so we have 2 language arts teachers this year. Our target teacher to student ratio for next year is 150 students per teacher, and that'll be a decrease for a decrease of the load for our current teachers.
If you think about that, having been a teacher online, how important feedback is, to the feedback loop to your students, how do the teachers manage 200 students' feedback with
That-
all the assignments?
That's a fantastic question. I spent 10 years in the classroom. I spent 5 years in the classroom and then 5 years as a virtual school director before joining CEC. And, you know, my highest class load was 125 students, and I was an old language arts teacher. So a lot of papers to grade and a lot of necessary feedback. So that felt like a proportional number. However, within the digital online space, with the way we're able to disseminate and respond to students' assignments and deliver that feedback to them, it works out in a way that is very efficient, and every student is able to receive the feedback that they need based on the work that they submit to the teachers and how they participate during those synchronous sessions and so forth.
How successful are your single district online schools? What's the graduation rate? What's the pass rate?
Our current graduation rate, we had 7 students who are on track to graduate, and all 7 graduated for this school year. We have, our progress and completion rate is up in the 80 percentile. We're currently running a summer school program as well. And then we offer other opportunities for students to work on courses, you know, depending on their intervention plans or, you know, modified, personalized, individualized plans for them in terms of their instruction. But we have very, very high progress and completion rates in comparison to other schools.
And just, I had a question for Mr. Cottonstead, and it flew right back out of my mind, and now I'm on camera saying that. I am, just because I've taught online at the university level, we cap our classes at 20.
Oh.
So it does seem like that's 10 times more.
Yes,
So it does concern me, just so I've said that out loud.
of course.
Please.
Hi, Tom Smith. I'm our Executive Director of Online Education. So just to expand on that, one, that is for all of the classes. So the class sizes then will typically be about 25 students. But I'd implore you to think about our instructional organizational setup, right? So those Tuesdays and Thursdays, in a brick and mortar classroom, you're typically gonna see your teacher in there 5 days a week with a planning period and a lunch, right? For the most part, maybe an extra one. We have a pretty robust support structure. So we have a student support coordinator who works with our instructors to match our students with one-on-one tutoring support or schedule that one-on-one instructional time. So with those asynchronous days, we do see our teachers engaging with students one-on-one, reaching out to students, scheduling that time for the small group instruction. That also creates a window in the instructor's day or the teacher's day where they can spend more time giving feedback, looking at that data. We usually will disaggregate the data, then present it to the teacher so they can see what's going on, what we see with the students. But through the use of our tutors, through the use of our organizational structure, and then our advising department, where advisors are meeting with students and families at least for an hour each semester to talk through the plan and expectations, we can put some checkpoints in there to give feedback. One last thing that I think is beneficial in terms of connecting with families and engagement is we don't use a traditional parent-teacher night. We have an ongoing calendar every week where parents, guardians, families can schedule time with myself, the other administrators and leaders, and the instructors. So if something's up, right, if you need more feedback, as a parent, you can reach out via that bookings page. And for us, we have several staff members who are going to support data collection and analysis. That way we can carry some of the load in what would traditionally be an instructor in a brick and mortar classroom where they would have some outreach and feedback intervention. We can support that as well.
Thank you.
Sure.
And one last question, so the tutors are in addition to the actual teachers?
Right, yes. So we have subject matter tutors, and then they work under the supervision of a student support coordinator who's there to make sure that we match the appropriate support with the students.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Board Member Sheffield, no questions? I'm not sure what system we're going to have today to communicate.
Yeah, no questions, thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Durham?
I'm trying to have a question, but it's a comment based on some of our discussion yesterday, that education is one of those few areas that is not, has not become more efficient in the last 100 years, and that, in fact, our, man hours per student are undoubtedly significantly greater than they were 100 years ago. I think in modern society that labor ratio can't continue. I think this is an interesting, and what I talked about yesterday is we do need innovation that hopefully will lower our labor ratio and result in an increase in productivity. And I think an increase in productivity implies that you'll also have an increase in student performance. I'd be interesting to see how this works and how well your students ultimately perform. So I think it's important to gather as much data as you can on the performance of your students online. I know that online's not for everybody, but I think it is becoming an increasingly more effective choice for students, and we'll probably continue in that direction with the continued utilization of technology. So I think it's important, what you're doing is in some ways experimental, but it's important to keep track, to keep supplying Mr. Cottonstudy with information that he can convey to us so that we can try and make some decisions that will support additional labor saving and thus cost reducing methodologies in education. So thank you.
Go ahead.
That
Board
sparks a
Member Scott.
question. All right, so to that point, can you explain to me what you do with the extra money that you have with the cost savings from your different FTE ratio? I know you get slightly smaller funding, but can you explain to me? I mean, just kind of addressing his remarks, that would be great.
Hi, I'm Sandy. So as an early college model, the extra funding that we do get really goes towards getting our students to the point of earning a free associate degree by the time they leave us, which is a very expensive model when you think about it. CEC is the only school system that I know that pays for tuition, fees, and books for all students, removing all financial barriers for every student to get a degree or a meaningful industry certification. This year at graduation, 662 graduates, 99% of those students graduated with degrees and certifications. That's where our money goes. It goes into getting these kids ready for the workforce or ready for college. That's what we use our money on.
And it's the same financial model as concurrent enrollment, correct? Where a district who does concurrent enrollment also pays for the classes. They use their PPR to do that. And they pay for the books, et cetera. I know, but yours, I know your program. I love your program. It's not that at all. But you all, it's your whole program. It's all students inside, versus where a district might be some students, but, okay.
That is correct. I mean, we say all students, regardless of background or skill level, will achieve mastery, and that's exactly what we mean. So when you say 99% of students are graduating with these amazing credentials, that means our English language learners, it means our students on IEPs, it means our students on 504s, which we attract a lot of students on 504s, so we really are working through all of that. But it means everyone. And not in concurrent enrollment, as far as I don't know any changes, but the concurrent enrollment, they only have to pay for tuition and not fees and textbooks, which $500 a semester could be a barrier for access. So it is an expensive model.
I think a number of people do pay for the fees and textbooks.
Yeah, they do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Board Member McClellan.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. You hit the point before I could. I just wanted to share, just for the sake of clarity, when my children took concurrent enrollment courses through Cherry Creek School District, we paid out of pocket, but we were given the choice. Do you want the college credits? Because if not, then you don't have to pay, and it's just a high school course. But if you want the college credits, you have to cut a check to CU Denver. So just to add that, but you hit it before I could. Thanks.
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Ms. McClellan's observation is an important one, that this model, and I've toured a number of the campuses of Colorado Early Colleges, and I've been a good friend of their founder, Senator Keith King, that what they've accomplished is really remarkable. And the fact that they are able to do for students what Cherry Creek can't or refuses to do is, I think, shines a light on the advantages of innovation and school choice and charter schools, that they perform an enormous public service, and hopefully this is a model that will be adopted in full by the public schools, the regular public schools, because it works. It is affordable if people are willing to make the appropriate cost savings and sacrifices, and it does produce a very good result. So there's little to complain about, and there's enormous public benefit. And I think what Senator King accomplished when he started with the one small campus in Colorado Springs is truly remarkable, and I think you're to be congratulated for carrying on that legacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion is on the floor. Would you call roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes?
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Brinken.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll now have a short presentation from staff, followed by a vote on the multi-district online school submitted by Delta County School District on behalf of Vision Charter Academy. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this back over to Mr. Cottonsteady and Ms. Martinez.
Great, thank you. So the second application before you for consideration has been submitted by the Delta County School District on behalf of Vision Charter School, or VCA. Joining us virtually today are Karen Gibson, the superintendent of the Delta School District, Mr. Joe Mock, the district's charter school liaison, and we also have Karen Brady, the executive director of the Vision Charter Academy. Okay, just making sure I can see them over there. In the application before you, Vision Charter Academy is a current charter school in the Delta County School District that currently serves students in grades K through 12. Multi-district certification is being sought for the 9th through 12th grade levels. The K through 8th grade levels would remain as a brick and mortar option and is not a part of this application. As stated in the previous agenda item, all multi-district online applications go through a review process using criteria that are established both in statute and state board rule. The application was also reviewed by individuals both within the department and also from external reviewers with expertise in online learning and online school administration. On the original application for Vision Charter Academy, there were some areas on the application that did not meet the criteria expectations set within the rubric. In particular, 3 of the 27 components had elements needing further information before reviewers could determine that the standards were met. As previously stated, in these situations, authorizers are provided an opportunity to respond and address the gaps. The applicant responded with revisions. Following a review of the authorizer's revisions, the second review found that the applicant met the criteria as outlined on the review rubric in all areas. However, additional information provided in the second review detailed an aspect of the school's offerings that was not included in the original application. The additional information provided included an aspect of an elective program that is described as partnering with business vendors who then provide elective learning activities to students of Vision Charter Academy. The electives described are not online courses, and because of the unique characteristics of the elective offerings, the courses were unable to be evaluated under the purview of the multi-district online certification quality standards. This is not to say that these opportunities should not be offered. Rather, we recommend that the school continue the ongoing conversation with school finance to ensure that the applicable courses that should be included in funding calculations are properly structured. The final application from Delta County School District is included in your board documents. As mentioned, our current procedures are such that we ask applicants to resubmit their original application with any notable edits highlighted. For this item, you will see that they are in red font for sections that are added to the response in the first round feedback. The board memo also includes performance data for the district along with the school ratings for the schools within the district. Additional materials provided to you include the first review rubric with the feedback provided to the applicant, the second review rubric, a blank rubric that is used to inform the office's evaluation of the application, and a copy of the template that is used for application submissions. The question we are now asking of the board is to vote on whether to approve or deny the Delta County School District's application for certification of a multi-district school for Vision Charter Academy. And again, Mr. Cottonsteady and I are here to answer any questions for the Office of Online and Blended Learning. And as mentioned, Ms. Gibson, Mr. Mock are available from the district virtually, as is Ms. Brady from the school in the event you have questions for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with a motion, and then we'll have questions. Yeah.
Move to approve the application for certification of a multi-district online school submitted by Delta County School District on behalf of a Vision Charter Academy.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Now, questions? Mr. Cottonsteady, do you want to explain how this came about, the change in the Delta program?
I'll do my
Because I
best.
think it has a unique history.
Yeah. There's a good narrative provided in the response, but this is a school that has been in existence for some time. It has gone through some iterations in terms of its governance. So I believe started as a district-run school, and I want to say it applied at one time for a charter, but chose at that time in conversations with their authorizer to stay as a district-run school. Later, in conversations with the department, the school was identifying a need for using unlicensed teachers and chose charter as a path to having the requisite waivers in place for those teachers. So its path towards chartering is somewhat unique and operates as a charter, but with a level of collaboration with the district in terms of the service offering it provides within the region. Recently,
It's a big region, right? Or not? Geographically?
Geographically, yes, a large region that crosses many districts.
Okay.
Well, families attend from various districts.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
The model is complex, and the way that the model operates is kind of like a homeschool model, but it provides instructional support and opportunities that leverage the charters and public school model to support families having a range of educational opportunities. In recent years, there were concerns showing up in terms of review from school finance in terms of whether the practice met the funding requirements. It kind of lives in that space where we've had the conversations around blended learning and the uniqueness of the design. And so there were some concerns expressed in terms of changes needing to happen to count teacher-directed instruction rather than parent-directed instruction. And in that process, one of the strategies that's pursued in terms of how the model can evolve to ensure it's meeting the funding requirements is to operate as an online school. You may recall it was 2 or 3 months ago, the school sought a waiver from the multi-district online designation to see if they could operate as an online school that serves students from multiple districts because of the in-person component of the learning that's happening and the fact that they have locations where students can attend. Could they be construed as single district students? If they were able to operate that way, they could fall under a more fundable model as an online school with a single district designation that does not have to come State Board of Ed. That waiver was denied. So in order to serve the students that they want to serve, they need to seek a multi-district designation. So the reason they're here before us today is to seek that multi-district designation. In the application, they've presented a model that meets the criteria that is established for multi-district designation. So the board can designate them as a multi-district today with a proposed model that is consistent with an operational design for a multi-district online school.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions? Board Member Esser.
And maybe I'm not understanding, thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I'm not understanding completely, Mr. Cottonsteady or Ms. Martinez, why it could not be approved as a single district online, but it can be approved as a multi-district online?
The main difference there was that they educate students, more than 10 students from out of district. So
Right.
that is what disqualifies them as a single district online school. And so that's why they're seeking the multi-district designation.
And the single district online would not have been approved?
A single district does not have to come to State Board of Ed.
Oh, got
Yeah,
it,
State Board only has a jurisdiction to approve multi-district certification.
got it. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes, does the district, are they the authorizers of this?
Yes, Delta County School District.
And they have been ever since this particular model has been in place, but they're adding more grades to that. So it's already functioning.
It currently operates as a brick and mortar charter school authorized by Delta County School District.
And I think, I appreciate Superintendent Gibson being with us today because we know there must be a lot of support from the top there. I appreciate that.
Any other questions? It's okay.
Katie, start it now.
You're fired. Please call the roll.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes?
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McCollum.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes,
That passes 7-0.
thank you.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, she's really good. She's
See you shortly.
Yes. You okay? All right, if you want to sneak off for a cup of coffee, this is the time to do it. It's not a break, but sneak, well. So I think we're bringing the standards revision update.
Just the three of us. Okay. Yeah.
Sometimes it's a little easier than that.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Maybe the two of us can use that one.
Yeah, that's fine. I just need some way to
Here, I'll
communicate
sit
with them. I think we're gonna finish early tonight. No, you're the one that always jinxes.
Well, I know, I think we are.
Take a chill pill. Take a chill pill. Take a chill pill. I totally understand. I do. I can't do two things. I can't do two things at once. There, that looks better. That, I was just remarking on the serious faces before me.
Getting organized.
Okay, go ahead and get organized and let us know when you're ready.
All right.
I think they're ready.
Yeah, what happened to Steve?
He went to get
Is
coffee.
he the only one missing?
Yeah, you might as well go.
Okay, let's start.
There he is.
So we'll now have a presentation on the standards revision update. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate our committee members being here. Thank you for traveling a little bit further. As you know, our board room is under construction, and again, we appreciate all the work you did. We know this is hard work. I am going to turn this over to Dr. Cobb. This is his first meeting officially as Associate Commissioner of Student Learning, so welcome, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Dr. Anthus. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board, good morning. See if we can get this not on. We'll try and turn it on again. Nope. Looks like we have a little problem here. Well, while we're getting that organized, we're here this morning to talk to you about to have the committee present, have an opportunity to communicate with you regarding the revisions to the social studies standards for the Colorado academic standards for the state board's consideration. Do a bit of introduction here at the very beginning, certainly for the benefit of the public who either may be in the audience or who may be watching at home, just to get a broader context around the process that's undertaken for the standards review and revision. So as you look at this particular slide, you will see that there are 4 circles, and in those circles are different groups that help to participate in different ways with respect to the standards review and revision process. CDE staff simply facilitate the process, and the recommendations are then made by review committee members. And those review committee members will propose recommendations for the standards to you, the State Board of Education. In between that process, there's an opportunity for stakeholders to provide feedback in the revision process, which we're kind of in the middle of right now, before the final recommendations get made before the State Board of Education, and you all are the ultimate deciders when it comes to what gets included. While the text is a little small on this particular screen, what you can see is this represents the timeline of the process. And so you can see here that the process really kind of began all the way back in February to April of 2021 with initial public feedback. And there was committees that was selected and developed and made initial recommendations. And those recommendations were brought before you in November, where the women to my right had an opportunity to present to you some of the recommendations that the committee had. In between that time, there's been a public comment period that has been extended to allow the public an opportunity to weigh in on the recommendations thus far. And then today is the final recommendations, and then we'll have, from there, the committee will have an opportunity to present those recommendations. And board members will be able to kind of seek clarification in terms of what the thinking and decision-making process was from the committee. Between now and November, the schedule, recommended schedule has been for board members to offer and vote amendments on specific topic areas. Obviously, in looking at this revision, there have been a number of legislative pieces that have been incorporated, thus making some of the revisions a bit more robust than what we might see in other content areas. And so then from November, December, there's an opportunity for a vote, and then in January, the staff will incorporate those changes into the standards. By way of background information, the social studies standards have 4 distinct content areas, which include history, geography, economics, and civics. each of which has its own definition that you can see on these two slides. And the committee, when making recommendations and taking public feedback into account, attempted to balance these definitions against the recommendations that were provided. Additionally, this is what the completed standards document currently looks like. You can see that the content area itself is found at the top of the document, and that includes the grade as well as the standard. And then on the left-hand side of the document, you can see the expectations for students, including the prepared graduate statement, grade level expectation and evidence outcome. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the academic context and connections, which can support teachers in helping students achieve those evidence outcomes. We've provided definitions for these ideas to help you better understand how they are applied. However, our teachers and committee members can help to, or chairs rather, can help to explain this a bit further. And then from there, I've also provided the prepared graduate statement that sits at the top, which is a broad expectation of what students should know, understand, and be able to do by the time they complete high school. And there are 8 statements, and these are repeated across grades with increasing depth. And then from there, there's a sequence of social studies standards in terms of the themes or the grade level focus that you'll see. Obviously, in engaging in a conversation around social studies, it can be a bit expansive and broad. And so this slide shows the sequence and grade level focus of themes across the levels. And so wanted to provide that little bit of context. You should have 12 documents to help support this presentation, which includes a memo of the presentation, a red text copy, a clean copy, draft introduction, which we'll talk about on the next slide, the scope and sequence, which you just saw, an overview document of the proposed recommendations from the committee, as well as written responses from 3 board members and email feedback. There's also a comparison document of the changes within the Holocaust and genocide studies. I did want to make a quick note about some of the changes that have been made to the Colorado Academic Standards. As it relates to the red text version, we're trying to create a way to simplify that as best we possibly could in terms of understanding what originally was in the document versus what was proposed to be changed in November versus where we are now in terms of the changes, and trying to figure out the best way in terms of structuring that. Wanted to make sure that there was a point of note that in some cases there will be red lines through red text. In some of those cases, in the red lines through red text, those were changes from recommendations that were made in November. And sometimes, at least I know in conversations that I've had, that sometimes may not always be understood, so I wanted to make that known. There is some draft language for the introduction of the social studies standards document, and I want to note that this is simply draft language. The thinking behind this was to attempt to be able to provide some context for some of the public feedback that had been received, to highlight specifically that one, that there were a number of legislative pieces that had already existed related to some of the concerns specifically. So in that document, you'll see that there's a differentiation between, a clear differentiation between the social studies standards and that from the standards related specifically to human sexuality. And then as well provides clarity related to the state and federal laws related to the prohibition of discrimination based on disability, race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, national origin, religion, ancestry, or the need for special education services. And so the purpose of that was just to provide some of the legislative context behind it. And then finally, as before I'll turn it over to our chairs, you have copies of all of these in your binders, but this visual here represents all of the legislation that went into the social studies revision. You'll notice that there were a number of pieces of legislation that were written, 6 arrows pointing directly into the social studies standards that the chairs and the committees needed to consider prior to making the recommendations. And so at this point, I will turn it over to both Sarah Hurd and Jenny Pennant. Sarah Hurd is the co-chair of the Social Studies Committee working in Jefferson County Public Schools, and Jenny is co-chair of working in St. Vrain Valley Schools. And so I will now turn it over to you for your part of the presentation in terms of the recommendations for the revisions.
Thank you and welcome, committee chairs.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay, just checking. Thank you, Dr. Cobb, and Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, and members of the board. So we are here today to represent the Social Studies Committee's recommendations for revision.
Could she get closer to the mic?
So sorry. I'm used to using my teacher voice.
It works.
All right, so as we look at the initial recommendations, so where we started in looking at the prepared graduate statements, so as we think about where we want our seniors, our high school seniors to end their senior year, we wanted them to do more than understand. So that is why we have these proposed recommendations around adjusting the prepared graduate statements. So replacing the verb understand in those two to apply and evaluate. And I know, I'm just waiting for the. So then, looking at our overall recommendations is the inclusion of more examples throughout the standards to provide teachers with concrete topics. This was brought about both by the benchmarking report that we received, combined with teacher feedback that our committee members also provided, pointed towards the addition of examples. Our recommendation is that all grade level expectations begin with a verb, so there is an action. Personal financial literacy standards to be removed from economics and made into its own standard to elevate the content area. First and second grade civics, grade level expectation 2. Revisions to align with the progression of civics across all of the grade levels. So for example, all civics, the second grade level expectation focuses on the structure and function of government. However, we realized the grade level expectation in second grade focused on conflict resolution that said identify and compare multiple ways that people understand and resolve conflicts and differences. The recommendation is to revise the grade level expectation to read, explain the roles and characteristics of people who govern different communities. And the recommended revision connects to the structure and function of government by highlighting the roles of people who govern, such as city council members, mayors, etc.
Great. And then I just want to talk a little bit about the summary of changes from the Holocaust and Genocide Education Standards. So due to public comment window that was from November to February 1st, public comment was received on the approved Holocaust and Genocide Standards. Some of the revisions of the Holocaust and Genocide Standards are in response to public feedback. So in addition, revisions were made to align standards more closely with the law. So for example, inclusion of the term act of mass violence, which was explicitly called out in the law as well as in public feedback. And that was from the Anti-Defamation League and others. And the act of mass violence more accurately describes some of the historical events that were in the approved standards. Also, the specific examples of genocides included reflect the definition of genocide as defined by the law and by the United Nations. And then we also are making recommendations to reflect the best practices of teaching about genocide. So the labels that were categorizing the genocides have been removed. And the best practices feedback that we got was really guided by the United States Holocaust Museum as well as the Anti-Defamation League. And then there were specific recommendations that were captured in a document that I think that you all received.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair? So what exactly was removed relative to the specific examples of genocide?
I believe, is your question about the labeling? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think when the standards were revised and approved, it included a label with each of the genocides that said either ethnic, religious, and those labels have been removed.
And then justification for that is what?
Based on feedback from the Holocaust Museum as well as the Anti-Defamation League, the labels were viewed as oversimplifying the causes of genocide, and it could lead to historical inaccuracies, which is one of the fears. The use of—
Could you cite a historical inaccuracy for me in any of them?
Well, I not off the top of my head, but I think if you say that something is an ethnic genocide, but there could be religious implications as well, then that could cause some historical inaccuracies being taught. And if you look at any of the teacher resources out there where we're getting a lot of our information and a lot of our resources, like from the Holocaust Museum, they don't use the labels. And so for that reason, those labels were removed.
In terms of other resources, can you describe what is on the department's website relative to social studies standards? Can you give us kind of a broad picture of the kinds of things that are on CDE's department website in addition to the standards themselves?
Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm not sure if our committee members can answer that, but I don't know, Dr. Cobb, I don't know that we have a lot of materials on there for the social studies standards except for the social studies standards. Is that correct?
So you don't
Dr.
have
Cobb?
teaching aids, videos, curriculum?
We don't do that.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, no.
No. Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Cobb?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, I will say that there is as part of that law, there's a requirement for a resource bank, but that is specific to that law, not necessarily specific to social studies in general. So
Okay, that gets to my question then.
Sure.
So what is in the resource bank? And which law are you talking about?
Mr. Vice Chair, related to the Holocaust genocide revisions or inclusion into the standard, so I can actually.
So that
pull
one
up right now.
only, there's a resource bank for that only?
That is correct, and I believe there may be a resource bank for media literacy as well. But there are specific areas within the statute that call out for resource banks. So we'll have a resource bank for computer science. We'll have a resource bank for media literacy, and there may be a resource bank as well for personal financial literacy. I'd have to double check to be sure. And then the Holocaust genocide studies as well.
Could you kind of get us a list of any of what's in the resource bank and any of the social studies topics, if you, not a rush, but whenever you have a chance?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Cobb, are those resource banks created as yet? Or are we waiting for the standards to be adopted?
Yeah, so, Madam Chair, you'll recall that the Holocaust genocide studies were actually voted on last year.
Summer.
So,
last year.
Yes, yeah, it's how time flies. Last year, so there was an opportunity there. Once that was completed, at that point, the resource bank was then to move forward, and so.
Okay.
So that's the distinction. The issue had to do with the timeline, as I'd mentioned, with that sort of version of a sundial. There were multiple pieces of legislation that were impacting the social studies altogether.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one other question. Ms. Hurd, were you on the committee from the beginning?
On the revision committee from the beginning?
Yes.
Yes.
Because I have a list of names and somehow you were omitted.
Oh.
So.
Nope. Yep.
But that's a very ancient document. I thought maybe it just needed to be updated. But so if somehow you were just missed somehow.
Oh, well, that's too bad. But
Yeah,
nope, I've been
it's
here
not-
from the beginning.
That's not fair. Thank you.
So moving forward, looking at the summary, into the statute around media literacy. So that was House Bill 211103. All applicable recommendations were included or already existed within the standards. So these were approached throughout all of the disciplines within social studies, so history, geography, economics, civics, and then personal financial literacy. So they were included all of those. And it was a pretty straightforward inclusion from those recommendations from that committee.
I'll talk just for a moment here about the summary of the recommended changes for civics and PFL. The inclusion of most of the required language from the Strengthening Civics Bill as well as the personal financial literacy laws were included. The committee did not need to include some of the required language in the recommended revisions because it already existed in the standards. But in most cases, the exact terminology in both laws were added throughout the recommended revisions. And these can be found in the inquiry questions. It could be found in evidence outcomes or examples. So once again, the benchmarking report, as well as public feedback, indicated that our standards were too vague, and examples were needed to provide more clarity and context for teachers. So the committee listened to that feedback and used the terminology in the laws to help guide these recommendations. So for example, in the civics law, the actual words said how the United States Constitution is amended and the changes that have been made to it since 1787. So the way that the committee then incorporated that into the standards, they started in 5th grade. And the grade level expectation 2, they had an inquiry question number 4 that was, how has the Constitution been amended beginning with the Bill of Rights and since 1787? And then they dug a little deeper, and in 8th grade, in civics grade level expectation 2, there's an evidence outcome that says, explain the role and importance of the Constitution and the strength of amendments made during this time period, including but not limited to the Bill of Rights, 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments. And then to go even deeper into depth of knowledge, in high school civics grade level expectation 2, they have an evidence outcome that is recommended to say, analyze the processes for amending the constitutions of Colorado and the United States and the significant changes that have occurred to these documents, including both the Colorado and the United States Bill of Rights. So another example, using the PFL law and using the terminology from that law specifically calls out the using the purpose of the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA, as well as the CASFA. And so they incorporated that as examples. So high school PFL, grade level expectation 2, evidence outcome E states, review the purpose and the processes of accessing state and federal financial aid, including to, but not limited to, the Colorado application for state federal aid, CASFA, and the free application for federal student aid, CAFSA. So that's just an example of how they use the terminology from the laws, and were guided by the feedback that we received from teachers and individuals, as well as the benchmarking report, that we needed to have more specific examples to help guide teachers in their teaching.
All right, so then moving forward, so the committee recommends the inclusion of most of the proposed recommendations from House Bill 191192 and the resulting commission that was required in that statute. So the Standards Revision Committee received the commission recommendations in June of 2021, and they were one of the 5 documents that the review committee had to review and incorporate into the revised standards. So as the committee worked through those revisions in the fall, there was conversation about the repetition of the list of groups throughout the document and what could be done about that. The consensus reached was to leave the list as recommended and wait to see what the public comment response would be. All committee members agreed to leave the list, but noted that the list felt long, redundant, and we saw that those similar comments happen in public feedback. So during the relatively short turnaround time, the fact that there was so much to review, The 8 subcommittees focused on ensuring that everything was included from the laws and the commission recommendations prior to the public comment period in November. So following the public comment period, the subcommittees had the opportunity to revisit the 1192 recommendations, and at this time, the subcommittee considered the following and fine-tuning the recommendations, and those are listed there. So looking at the grade level appropriateness, the scope and sequence, and how that aligns across the grade levels, the applicability to the evidence outcomes or grade level expectations, the availability or access to historical evidence that teachers would have in order to teach those topics, as well as public comment. So then, the committee worked to ensure that the groups listed were relevant to the specific elements of the standard. So for example, in 4th grade history, in inquiry question number 2, you can see the example here of kind of the removal of the LGBTQ as a cultural group, being able to find that evidence in the historical record of them as that small group being able to migrate to Colorado and settle in Colorado. So LGBTQ was removed because it doesn't align with the inquiry question about migration and settlement. And when you look at the list of what our subcommittee was using in order to make sure that teachers would have access to the materials needed in order to do that across Colorado.
All right, and I believe, Madam Chair, that concludes our portion of the presentation, and so I'll turn it back over to you to see if there are any questions.
Well, probably not.
No? Okay, sounds good.
Colleagues. Board Member Rankin?
Yeah, Dr. Cobb, could you go over how the committee, I looked in the background there, but I couldn't find it, how the committee was selected, how that came about, how many are on it? Are they the same ones now that were in the beginning? Just some background on that.
Sure, Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin. There was an application process that was, have to go back and determine specifically when the timeline was, probably last year in 2021. But there was an application process, and the intention behind that was really to make sure that there was an opportunity to be able to gather geographic diversity across the state of Colorado. That was a priority, as well as subject matter expertise. And so the way the process was structured was applicants submitted an application via a survey, and then staff blindly reviewed the applications. To make sure that there was one representation across grade levels and representation across expertise, as well as knowledge, or representation rather, across the state of Colorado. And then from there, based upon the applicants that applied, the committee was selected. And then move forward. In terms of the decision to determine who the committee chairs were, I'd have to defer to my colleagues on the right here for the process that was inside, because at that point, the committee then was facilitated by staff, by Drs. Hartman and Bruno that you see behind me, but then they moved forward from there.
Follow?
Go ahead.
And so you received about, how many applications were received? For
about 100 applications.
100, and then how many were selected by that? And I'm sure that's where they started to represent the state. And
yeah, 37.
37. And are they the same ones? Have they remained the same ones throughout?
Throughout the entirety of the process?
So far? Yes.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, there were several who left the committee, but we have never had any new ones come onto the committee.
So how many are in there now? I mean, from 37?
35.
Okay. All right. That's 2. Thank you.
Board Member Skarsgård?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got many questions. Well, not many, just a couple, but right along in this one. Did people change which part of the standards they were looking at, or was that consistent?
So we had processes where they were divided into subgroups, excuse me, based on grade level and discipline. And then we had processes within our meetings where they came together as whole group or more of the subgroups came together. So we had lots of review across the PK-12 spectrum so that we had different committee members looking at everything across the grade level. And then we also had our content experts who were looking at elements in every subgroup. So there was grade level expertise, content level expertise, and then we had lots of availability for the committee members to look across the scope and sequence to make sure that everything was aligned. So it wasn't so narrow that they only looked at one grade level or one discipline, but we did make sure that those experts were available across the spectrum.
Thank you.
More? Board Member Skorsky? Did you have more questions?
I do, but, well, maybe more Stephen, so we can wait till we're done, but I think just a quick question that came up to me is, maybe if you could clarify the FAFSA and the CASFA. There's a difference between the two. So if I am not, if I don't have a social security number, if I'm undocumented, I can fill out the CASFA, correct? Because the FAFSA requires a social security number. Is that correct? You don't know. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah,
No.
that's exceeding my level of personal financial
Well,
literacy.
somebody was
expertise.
asking me about.
Your kids are still too young, you'll figure it out.
Yes.
Part of it is there, but I do, because I had that same question, and I believe that as somebody pointed out to me that they don't have to self-identify. If they choose to do the CASFA, that's where they can go if they don't want to do the FAFSA. But, all right, thank you.
And that was
If I'm
specifically mentioned in the statute, so that's why both of them are included in the language.
Board Member McClellan?
I'll wait to see where is this on?
Mhm.
I don't have a question at this time, but I do want to, I want to thank our committee members for their service. I know that was a great deal of work, and I'm sure as our conversation evolves, we may have additional questions as we go forward.
Thank you. Board Member Durham, do you have questions?
Well, just several, but I'm sorry, I don't understand the relevance of FAFSA and CASPA. Can somebody enlighten me a little bit?
It was brought up, sir, in the law, and so when I spoke about it, it was about how the terminology, that the committee was using the terminology in the law, specifically the Strengthening Civics Law as well as the PFL law, to use that exact terminology in the standards. And so my example was the CASFA and the FAFSA that was then incorporated in the standards.
I guess I don't understand what they are. What are they?
Applications.
Applications?
It's financial aid
Financial
applications
aid.
for high school students to apply to colleges and universities.
What part of the standards are
Personal
those?
finance.
On personal finance?
Yeah,
Oh.
they were named in the personal finance legislation, and so therefore they were listed in the personal finance
I see.
standards in high school, just to make sure that that legislation was attended to.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Personal finance was before in both civics and math. Am I wrong?
Madam Chair, you are
It-
correct.
Economics, yeah,
Economics.
economics and math.
And
yes.
math. So have they now been pulled together, so the math part of them?
So the personal financial literacy standards in the last iteration of standards revision was removed from math.
Okay.
And then this iteration, the standards committee is recommending that in order to elevate it as its own discipline, that it is pulled out of
Civics.
underneath economics.
Or
And it has
economics,
its
okay.
own standalone set of grade level expectations on its own. So,
We keep trying to get teachers to pay attention to that.
yes, yeah. So-
Agreed. Board Member Esser, do you have comments or questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both very much. I know how much work this is, and I know how blood pressure raising this can be because of everybody seems to have opinions in this particular area. So thank you all in the background too for everything you've done to make this as professional as you possibly could. And I will certainly have questions later, I believe, but not right now.
What are we waiting
This
for
area.
questions?
If something would change.
Okay.
if something would
So at
change.
this point, there is a comfort level with the changes
Yes.
that have been made. May I ask us to talk a little bit about the draft? Because I think that was an attempt to address some of the feedback that you have had.
Sure, Madam Chair.
Do you want to comment on, I mean, I think you did maybe.
I did, but I certainly can do it again. Like I said, the intention behind just some of the draft introductory matter had to do with an attempt to respond to some of the public feedback that was received. And in listening to the two buckets, I guess I would refer to as of the public comment, one was really focused on concerns about exclusion of any particular group, somehow giving a tacit permission to discriminate against that particular group. And one bucket had to do with the inclusion of references to the contributions of LGBTQ individuals, moving into conversations about human sexuality prior to, at points in which it may not be age appropriate. And what we attempted to do just in the draft language was to just simply identify in statute that both of those concerns are actually already addressed, which is to say that regardless of which groups wind up being explicitly named in the standards, there are still prohibitions on discriminations of groups, as was mentioned, or as I had shown in the slide. And then when it comes to human sexuality education, there is very specific language with respect to human sexuality education and parent permissions and understandings of the curricula that is specifically being taught when it's appropriate to be introduced. And so the intention behind that was to clarify for perhaps take an attempt to clarify in the event that this is something that you as a board think is appropriate. In the future, any teacher may have any wonderings or question, that at least there would be an introductory context to be able, or some introductory information to be able to provide context, because simply looking at the evidence outcomes alone, there may not be enough full understanding of how decisions were arrived. And so as a result of this and as a result of this new legislation, like I said, staff thought it was might be advisable to attempt to provide some clarification related to that.
And so at this point, what is included in the grade K through 3, or not included, or, I mean, I think 1192 doesn't really, or encourages the inclusion, but it's completely unclear as the level of the inclusion, I think. I'm trying to understand.
Sure.
Because the feedback has been vehement in both directions.
So Madam Chair, I will say this, that currently, as it exists in the standards that the board voted on in 2018, the very explicit references to groups are not included in the way that they have been included in the recommendations. What you will see in the red text version refers to some recommendations, from the 1192 Commission that is far greater than anything that existed before. When those recommendations, as I had mentioned earlier, were presented in November, there was public feedback that was received, and the committee and the chairs can speak to this. Made recommendations to exclude some of their recommendations. Now, this has nothing to do with the standards as they currently exist. So basically what happened was there's this, the document was here, there were recommendations that were here, and then they may have moved the line down here, but the line isn't down here where we started. And so I think that, looking at the document as a standalone, absent any context or absent working on the process, some may not necessarily be aware of that, but that, is the one of the distinctions, that I think has been made in terms of some of these additions.
Board Member Skarziga?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make sure that I didn't give the impression that I'm just like, everything's good right now, and I don't want to make any changes. So we had chatted a little bit about just process, and that's what I wanted to talk about. And I'm so glad that you clarified what you just did, because it's, people are confused, and I keep seeing these bites, these sound bites that say, they're removing things from the standards. There's no removing anything yet. Nothing's been removed. It's how much do we add? And it's all additive, and we have to just continue to, and you use that phrase with me, so thank you. It's very, very helpful. So this is about how much do we add? The responses that we received from our colleagues, 3 of us, I think, did our own kind of suggested revisions. We just saw those for the first time, and we gave them in January before we saw some of the committee's recommendations. So my understanding is the committee's going to kind of shut it down. At this point, we then can work and suggest some additional changes to that work. So I want everybody in the news and everybody to know this is not done. In fact, you said we're about in the middle.
We are.
And I know it's a long process. That feels fine to me. A couple areas that I can just say I'll be talking about. One is we did receive letters, I think, from the organization around ensuring experienced contributions of Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders are in the school curriculum, which is a recognized and used category by the federal government, by the state. We look at our data, we do all that. So I'll be chatting about that and where that might be appropriate, right, and taking a look at that. I think there was like an example, like there may be small changes, such as I think there was one that said something about students will understand the positive something or other of this, and it's I understand the intent is to show and to be balanced. So in my mind, to be balanced, it would say, why is it important that students see the positive and the negative of, et cetera, versus just one or the other, right? So that's where my mind, that's where I'm thinking about bringing forward some changes. The idea about the LGBTQ in this issue, and I think that if we as a board, or I believe we as a board, have a shared value, and that shared value is student safety and well-being, right? And I can't think of a more important time for that to be a value. What that looks like, I don't think we agree on, but I think we have the shared value. So if we have that, then compromise is possible. We can do this. We can figure out a way that either nobody's happy or everybody's happy. You know, you hear those cliches about it. But we have to agree that we do value students, their well-being, not just their physical, but their psychological and emotional well-being, okay? So if we agree on that, when I looked at the changes that the committee recommended, I don't think we hit the compromise correctly. And that's just from what I have seen coming back. I think you all, when you first made some recommendations, or, you know, we were hearing it's about 2 to 1 where things should be. I'm saying it's probably now that people have seen those initial recommendations, the feedback I'm seeing is around 4 to 1 to put things back. Would we need to go back to the original recommendations, the 32 references and all of the language out there? No. I don't think that's not compromise. So I'm just going to be looking to see where it might fit, where I might bring suggestions back from my colleagues to do that. And because right now I'm seeing, I think, just a couple in 4th grade and 1 at high school. I don't even know what happened in middle school. They're totally gone too as well. So, but that's my current thing, and I want to make sure that board chair that's fine. This is what they're expecting. The department's expecting us to. And I think it is better if we put it in writing. Instead, we could get up here and discuss all day. I'm not sure that's going to, then you're writing it all down. I'm happy to bring those back and just what the process is, I think, is what maybe we should just chat about. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Scheffel.
Yes, thank you. I have a quick question here, which is, when the committee, a group of 35, 37 folks sat down to look at these standards, to provide recommendations for revisions, did they mostly spend their time informing their recommendations using the genocide standards that were woven in, and also the the requirements of House Bill 1192? Is that how most of the time was spent, using those two documents to inform a discussion of changes?
So initially, when recommendations were done before November, the first set that our committee really looked at was rooted in the amount of legislation that had the requirements. So the first set of revisions was really heavily rooted in the legislative language. And then we had 1336 and 1192 had additional reports, where some of our legislation simply we had the bill to kind of go off of, so we were balancing reports, legislative actual bills that had language to be included, and then public feedback on top of that is what then guided November, the updates until now.
Okay, and so will there be time then to look more holistically at the standards? I mean, Fordham is only one entity that looks at standards and rates them, but they had rated our previous standards up until now at a D because of content and rigor, clarity and organization, both in civics and in history, and recommended additional content, simplifying the organizational structure. As I look at the organizational structure, to me it's dizzying, and if I were a teacher trying to teach to it, it would be very difficult and confusing. And when I compare it to standards in other states that are rated higher, they're much more parsimonious, they're clearer, they're cleaner, they're more direct, and there's less categories, indicators of progress, examples of high quality teaching, evidence outcomes, essential skills, inquiry questions, nature and skills, learning expectations, prepared graduates. It's just to me, far unnecessarily complex and just leaves avenues of confusion. And so I'm wondering if, now that we're about halfway through the process, if there's an appetite for looking more holistically at the standards in terms of content, rigor, clarity, beyond the requirements of these two statutes that I think you've tried to work with. But I just think that the content of these standards is really wanting in many of the sub areas.
Thank you.
I'll keep that as a question for my colleagues. That would be what I would like to see. I would like not to just stop at looking at the standards from the lens of, well, these additional statutes have been passed, so we have to look at them from this lens. I think that's one piece of it, but really, in some ways, a small piece. I think we have the bigger issue of, we have an opportunity now to really revise standards so that they're not rated this way, so that content, rigor, clarity, and organization is addressed. And I don't know, based on what my colleagues are feeling, is there now time to do that now that this initial piece has been addressed, whether or not we may want revisions to that as well. But I mean, are we looking more holistically?
So here's what's confusing me. We get requests to have more and more things included in standards. That is the nature of, I don't mean this in a demeaning way, but it's the nature of educators to be articulating all the things that they want to see. There were concerns of a lack of specific examples, so you have added those. And now Dr. Scheffel is suggesting that's not the ideal way, that we should be streamlining. So I'm not sure what would be most beneficial for our educators, because it's our educators. We want our parents to understand what's in the standards, and we want our educators to be able to develop curriculum around that. And I'm not sure what's the best solution. Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to share some of Dr. Scheffel's comments. I think the standards right now, the latest version, and they are red line, but so it would condense it some when you take, because some of the red lines are removals. Are currently 159 pages, or 152 pages for essentially 9 years of standards, grades 1 through 8, and then high school. So that's a little over 15 pages a standard, or per grade level. It made the task, and I have to say, given, at least in my view, given what you had to work with and where you started, it made your task much more difficult than it should have been, because much of this, if the word prepared graduates for high school standards has to occur more than once in the standards, there's a problem. There's redundancy. And how many times does it appear? A lot more than the one as a header. I mean, it's, prepared graduates, 1, let's see, 2, it just goes on and on. 3, there's no point in having the header prepared graduates appear more than one time in the history standards. And whatever it is we expect of prepared graduates ought to be there, and in the high school standards. And as far as I'm concerned, it ought to be about a paragraph. I think we could get this done, and they'd be a lot more valuable in 2 ways. One, be a lot more easier. It would be much easier for teachers to work with, but perhaps more importantly, it would be easier for parents to understand. And I think that's more than anything else what is missing from certainly these standards, and I can hardly wait till we get to, we're doing this on a regular basis from here on out, so it's going to be from one discipline to another. But at a minimum, these standards ought to adequately inform parents about what it is, at least the state thinks, is of value. And those parents ought to have the right to agree or disagree, and they should be able to understand what's in here well enough so that they could agree or disagree and take appropriate action at times. So I think under the circumstances, I appreciate the revisions that you did make. I think they're an improvement, but I think they're an improvement over a very failed set of standards that's been with us for a long time, and that if we could improve these standards in the way Dr. Scheffel is discussing would be a great service to Colorado. Now, is that doable in the time we have available? I don't know. And the other problem is as I went through these and read them for the first time, I have to admit significant confusion, and I will have to say, it's been almost 60 years now, but almost a little less than 60 years ago, I was a junior high history teacher. So if I'm somewhat confused about what we're supposed to get out of these, I suspect the average casual parent of an 8th grader is going to have a difficult time understanding exactly what is expected to go on in the classroom. So I think that's a problem, and can we do? And the other problem is, don't ask me to rewrite these standards. I don't have the expertise, or the time. And so if that's going to be done, it needs to be done by people who do it for a living, frankly, and try to bring us a set of standards that are designed around a certain. We want this to be limited in the amount of, we don't want the words prepared graduates to what they're expected in the history standards to appear more than once. Period. Shouldn't appear more than once.
Can I make a follow-up comment, Madam Chair?
Please.
So, just for example, this language, viewed, constructed, and interpreted is under every age group. And right there, we don't need that in the standards. That's reflecting an ideology that says we view history and social studies as something where we want students to view, construct, and interpret. And you're saying that for preschoolers and kindergartners and first graders, at that point, we want them to understand things that have happened. We're really not asking them to construct history, are we? I think some of that language is biased. It puts in there a methodology that's a preferred one, which is constructivist thinking about history. It's fine. Many people embrace that. Many people don't. And so to have the standards focused on the content and then let the teachers figure out using local control and districts how they're going to do that, that's their purview. But for us to put some of this language in here, inquiry questions, teachers don't need that. they have their own inquiry questions. Some may request it. There's all kinds of materials out there where they can find that. So I just think radical simplification would serve our teachers and parents really well. And if we're only halfway through the process, perhaps we have time to think about that.
Yeah, Madam Chair?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to add one thing. I think, from my own personal view, there are three seminal events in American history. American Revolution, the Civil War, and World War II. Three most important seminal events in American history that drive our understanding of who we are as a people, how we got here, and what the future's likely to hold for us. And let's just presume that I'm wrong, that they're not seminal, but at least important. We know from polling that's been done that less than half of high school graduates can place the Civil War in the proper century. I think by dealing with what the volume of things we are dealing with here, and trying to cram into this, that we really are not accomplishing the objective of teaching essential elements in American history. And I think that's true in the education system today. We're trying to cram all of these things, and we're under pressure for whether it's arts or dance or history or economics or social studies or whatever it is. And that would really be nice, and I think we ought to focus on all those things with one minor exception. We only have 40% of kids that can read at grade level. We have fewer than that can do mathematics at grade level. So until they educate, it doesn't do any good to provide all this stuff in a history lesson if children can't read and understand what they're reading. So we've got an education system that's off balance, and in some ways we put it off balance by 152 pages of social studies standards. And there are only so many hours in the day. So what are we going to try and accomplish in first grade? Are we going to try and accomplish that children are learning to read at grade level as goal number one, exceeding all other goals? And if we have to kick some other things to the curb, is that worth doing? I think it certainly is. Can they do mathematics at grade level 1 and grade level 2 and grade level 3? If they can't, we've failed. It doesn't make any difference how much other stuff we've thrown in here. It'll be irrelevant in their lives because they cannot be successful. So we have an education system that's out of balance, and I view this as one of this whole booklet that was given to me on the first day I wanted to see stuff on standards for social studies. No wonder nobody can read at 40%, only 40% of the kids can read at grade level. So we have a long way to go in trying to reorient our education system to what is important. And what's important is, can they read, can they write, and can they do mathematics? And if they can do all those things, then we have lots of time to do all of these other things. But until we accomplish that, this is a problem. And as a former history teacher, it's important, but it's not as important as making sure the children can read what's put in front of them. So I do think you did a good job under the circumstances. I just don't think you had a great starting point, and if you had, you probably would have done an even better job. So thank you.
Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is probably for either Commissioner Antis or Dr. Cobb. This group, the standards group, was given a template to use to write these standards, correct?
Madam Chair, Board Member Esser, yes. Yes.
So they didn't decide to come up with inquiry questions and repeat what graduates need to be prepared. It has always been in our standards since I've been in curriculum and instruction. So that might be an issue of how do we simplify it. I'm not sure now is the best time when we've worked this many months on it, but it's something to keep in mind. I also want to be clear that most teachers that I've worked with as a principal, they read only their grade level standards. A great teacher will read what was in the grade before, and they will read what comes afterwards sometimes. Other than that, they rarely, well, I don't know anybody who does. I don't even know as a principal in elementary that I read past 6th grade. These are my standards, that's all I'm going to do. What I have found, though, is in teaching reading, it's very helpful if I combine that teaching of reading content with social studies. Then kids have something where they say, oh, I can relate to that. We're reading about families, and that's also what I had in social studies today. What's my family look like? What's your family look like? If we take that out, we're reading books that don't have the meaning that we need just because we believe there's a certain way to teach reading without having content that matches what the kids are learning. So I appreciate what you did. I agree with Mr. Durham that they are weighty in areas where they probably don't need to, but that's on us and on the department to change that to make it less voluminous and more focused perhaps, but I can't imagine how long that would take now if we started over. So thank you, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Comments, colleagues? Questions? Next steps?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what would be most helpful for you then? She's chuckling over here. Seriously, in getting back feedback from this, which would be your final work.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good.
Madam Chair, Board Member Escarzaga, I'm just thinking a little bit about this. I think we would need some clear direction, whether that's a vote or something. If you do want to go in this direction of, really deeply revising, like revising the template, to Board Member Scheffel's or Board Member Durham's point, we would need to know that because we would need to change the process and start things now. If you don't want to do that, then I think the most helpful thing is to get your written amendments. At this point, it would literally be amendments, not just general feedback, written amendments to anything that you see. And you could submit those to us. We would compile them. We would figure out a way to process those in a document and give them to all of you so you see everybody's amendments for the next couple months of discussion.
May I make one final comment, Madam Chair?
Yes. Go ahead, Board Member
I'm just
Shuffle.
looking at the most recent social studies test results. I think last time it was given, 13% of 8th graders tested proficient on the latest NAEP history exam. I mean, so my only thought is this, yeah, it's a lot of work. I mean, it'd be easier to just say, let's just call it good, but I guess I feel badly because we don't really do this that often, and if we have such a dearth of understanding of social studies concepts in these sub-areas for our students, and I kind of feel like it's one of the more important things we do. So I would be up for changing the template and really doing a deep dive. I don't know if anybody else has an appetite for that, but I think we kind of owe it to our students and our families to at least look at that deeply. And then if it's just an amendment process, I've only gotten through 4 grades and I already have 5 single-spaced pages of amendments because there's such an issue with content. And I can keep doing it. It'd probably be pages and pages and pages. I mean, I can do it, but I worry that that may not be the most efficient process, so just my feedback.
Dr. Scheffel, can you direct us to some state social studies standards that you think exemplify what we should be seeking? And then we need some input from teachers, I think, to see if they guide them, because they are our...
I've been trying to look at some examples. I mean, I like Florida's standards. They're very parsimonious. They're simple. They're guardrails, guidelines. They're not pages and pages. Department of Defense put out standards that I think have some real strengths. So I've been trying to look for examples that I think are more parsimonious, more riveted toward content, rigor, clarity, and organization. And, I think we could look at some of those.
Colleagues, what are your thoughts? Dr. Cobb, what are your Dr. Cobb, what are your thoughts about that before we go flying off again?
Madam Chair, I think that, I tend to be deferential in this regard in the sense that, obviously the standards are the purview of the Board of Education. The current document as it exists, I believe, was redesigned in 2010 because the prior document before that of standards at one point in time was criticized for being too broad. And so the version, that we see now perhaps was an overcorrection, and so, this isn't to suggest that there isn't room for change at all. It's just a matter of, taking your direction and getting clarity in terms of, where you'd like to go. I think that to Board Member Durham's point, this certainly would be a labor-intensive process to be able to try to figure out how the structure of the document would need to be determined. But obviously, if that's something that, a direction that the board would like to go, then that's the direction that we will take it. So, I think that, certainly looking at other states could be something to be able to do. Obviously,
That wasn't done by the committee, is that right? That was not part of your charge, to look at other standards?
Oh.
They did. They did look at other standards and the highest rated standards and compared those. And we can pull, like I have 5 of the state standards right now that were rated highly, and it sort of just depends on how the rating system works and how deep other states go into curriculum versus how much we stay, at the standard level. So there are different pieces on the criteria, but we can certainly send you some of the higher rated states, at least from the Fordham Institute. That's one place that rates them. We can send you some other as well. And,
Madam Chair.
Board Member McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to thank the committee members again for all of the hard work that you've put into this. I know this was a Herculean task. It's a Herculean binder. But I can appreciate the temptation to boil this down to perhaps a more digestible document for our teachers. I do want to make sure that we're remaining true to the legislation that we've specifically been asked to comply with, including House Bill 1192 that invites us to look at history and civic contributions and cultural contributions, not just through the narrow lens of one experience as if we are looking through a keyhole, but rather to look at the unobstructed full vista when we're looking at historical events and cultural and social and civic contributions. And to that end, there was one area that has gotten some feedback recently that you may have been familiar with, and that was, I'll just call it out now, on page, for our red line version, on page 104, lines 31 and 32. It's concerning the roles of various groups within the Civil War, and there's a red line through Asian Americans. So there actually has been some media coverage on the contributions of Asian Americans in major battles in Virginia in the Civil War. So I just wanted to call that one out and to make sure that I would suggest that we put the words Asian American back in, yeah. So, but as long as we are being compliant with the letter and the spirit of 1192, as well as the other legislation that I know your committee has worked hard to keep in mind as you're crafting these revisions, then I think that we're on the right track. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin.
When you first were charged with this, your first meeting, when you sat down, how did you go about creating the original one that we received for comments? Did you create that? I guess that's my question.
Did we create the
original standards that you sent out?
The 2018 standards?
No,
So,
no, the ones that you had already revised the first time and sent to us.
The November draft.
yes, yeah, that was the November draft.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, so we sent the draft in November?
Yes, the November draft, yes.
Yes.
Was that created by your committee?
Yes.
So the LGBTQ that was pulled out was an original culture that was put in there by the people that are experts in the field of social studies. Is that correct?
That was recommendations from the 1192 Commission that then the committee reviewed and placed into the standards document.
So LGBTQ culture was given to you from the law, and that's why that was in that first set in November, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to agree with what Board Member Scheffel said, and I would like to add Louisiana in on that. I don't know if that's on your list, Dr. Anthus, but I think that would be a good one to look at. And I had the same feeling. It seems like we were overwhelmed with pages that would be more addressed and understood by not only the teachers but the parents. Also, when we look at certain things, I guess this does not have to do with the fact that we're a local control state. Otherwise, we'd look at only local control state standards. This is just recommendations that should be looked at by our teachers, and how they implement it in the classroom has to do with local control and their local board, and how they convey that to the parents in their community. At least that's my understanding.
No, these are expectations for all kids learning in the state of Colorado.
Yes.
We don't give the curriculum.
I know,
But
I
what
know
we
the
want
difference
kids to know,
between
that's not.
curriculum and standards.
Yeah, that's
yes.
not, it's not local control to decide what each district's standard expectations should be.
No,
Okay.
I agree with that. That may have been, I may have misspoke. But I have this question about, and I don't know, Dr. Cobb, if you can help me with this. What happens if we don't agree on these? What if we all are not agreeing when the final vote is taken? What happens?
Majority wins. Same way it did 4 years ago or 6 years ago.
Okay.
We vote.
I was just wondering if the majority ended up all no, what would it?
That's different. Well, the majority ended up all no?
Yeah, 7-0.
Oh, 7-0. There is no requirement that it's 7-0. Is that kind of where you're going?
No, what I was wondering is, do we go back to the original ones in 2018? How that would that be the direct? I was just curious on this
Am
one.
I wrong?
Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin, and may defer to my colleague over to my left. I can imagine it would likely depend upon the motion. The state of Colorado has social studies standards right now. They were revised by the board in 2018. These recommendations are to revise the 2018 version, right? By and large, there were changes to Holocaust genocide studies last year, but I don't want to get super complicated. And so, obviously, depending upon the motion, sure, the board can make a decision to, accept these recommendations or revisions, amend these recommendations or revisions, or reject them in their totality. I would assume, and this is where I'll defer to my colleague here, that, depending upon the motion, it would leave us back to the 2018 version, but I'll defer.
I agree with that.
Thank you. That was the question. Yeah.
But Madam Chair, I mean, the only thing I would add to that is we had, as you saw, 6 pieces of legislation that we were required to incorporate into the standards. So my guess is then we might be out of compliance with those other 6 pieces of legislation. I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say the board reviewed those 6 pieces of legislation and took them under consideration and decided not to put them in. But I think we would have to address how we respond to those other pieces of legislation.
Was there a timeline on that, Dr. Anthus? And also, did they all fit under social studies standards? You know, where might they also fit without being in opposition to the law? Is that something that said must be done when the social studies standards are revised?
Yeah, Dr. Cobb may know the timelines, but they're probably timelines slightly different in each of the laws. It's, you know, saying to the next time you revise the standards, do this. But there is a timeline for when, you know, the standards are revised, which we're going to be just a month behind, probably, depending on how the next couple months go. But I do think that these were all determined to be within this set of standards, the history, civics, economic standards.
Thank you.
Please.
This is for Mr. Peters. So when we do rulemaking, when we're done with it, it goes for review. The AG's office, my understanding is it goes to review to make sure we're in compliance, that we don't go outside the scope of the law. With something like the adoption of the standards, if somebody were to say, I believe they did not comply with the law in the adoption of these standards, is there a review process? Is there something that happens, to your knowledge? You can always get back to me, but I've had this curiosity as we were just talking.
As a matter of theory, somebody could try to sue us to try to compel compliance with a statutory duty that you're not honoring.
Okay.
There is no administrative process akin to the Secretary of State's process.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think part of the answer too is, regardless of how that court case were to come out, no court can compel any member of this board to vote any way other than the way we choose to vote. So it creates a, shall we say, a separation of powers issue that is pretty, that's very interesting. I think the problem that Dr. Scheffel outlined is a very real one. I mean, she has 5 single-space pages of changes after going through a relatively small part of the standards. I made some recommendations on broad points that I thought should be included in a number of places in the standards. For example, I'm just going to, as long as we're taking a lot of time, I had one recommendation that was students can formulate, gather, and analyze the civil rights movement from 1954 to 1968, the natural rights and principles that the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King used to inform his leadership of the civil rights movement, and the tactics and strategies of nonviolent resistance that he championed in response to the Jim Crow laws of that era. And I think my suggestion was that be included in a number of spots. The answer I got was this recommendation, let's see. So they added it to historical thinkers analyze civil rights movement, as I outlined above, and the recommendation was also added to high school civics, GLE 2, inquiry question number 2, which reads now apparently, what are the natural rights and principles that Dr. King used to inform his leadership of the civil rights movement? Now, that's one suggestion that I made that I thought was important that should be incorporated broadly throughout the standards if we're going to talk about race. And if we're going to be completely race conscious in in everything we do in this country, that this would be an important element. Now, I don't know that the concept that I had this be incorporated broadly throughout every grade level of standards was taken care of. Now, I think we'll have to look. Do we want to go through? And I'm sort of in Dr. Scheffel's position. This is going to be an arduous task involving hundreds of amendments if it wasn't incorporated in the way I intended, and I don't think it was. And by the way, I do appreciate virtually all the recommendations I made, and they tended to be broad in what I thought were at least significant, trying to address significant areas of history. They almost all were accepted, but I don't know if they were accepted in the broad context in which they were intended, or in a microcosm of, well, we'll change this line, but not the other 15 lines that are very similar. in other grade levels or in other parts of the standards. So it is an arduous task. We're going to do it. And I would just simply suggest that Dr. Shuffle's idea that we somehow see if we can look at some simpler standards and work on those would be a good one. And I would, I just don't see how we're going to, apparently standards that get a grade of D, which are our standards, are going to be acceptable to a majority of the board if they include gay, lesbian, transgender, et cetera. So that doesn't make them an A to my way of thinking.
I think we need to be careful in looking at the comparisons of standards in other states where the amount of local control in curriculum is not as strong, where the state itself can actually specify what kids should know in a very specific way. And I think that has made it a challenge, particularly in this particular topic, which is so facts-rich as opposed to process-rich. So I totally understand that. I'm not sure. Have we exhausted this time, or should we continue to go on? I'm not hearing amendments from anyone. The commissioner has suggested that we provide amendments in writing. Does that suit you? I want to remind everybody that we had hundreds of amendments the last time we did that from board members. So this is not unique. We're special, but we're not that special. We sort of work the same ways we have in prior years. This is hard for us as well. Some of us much more expert in the topics, per se. My tendency is to respect the needs of teachers foremost, and so that's where I'm very strongly supportive of the work of the committee, because those are the folks that are going to be using it. I get the part about redundancy, but as board member Dr. Esser pointed out, that is exactly one of the reasons that there is so much redundancy. So I'm glad that some of it was taken out, but now maybe that was too much. I'm sorry, this is really a tough one. So I'm going to suggest.
Can I ask one final question
Sure.
before we close? Back in 1969, when I did my teaching, I do not remember, and that is a long time ago, I do not remember state standards.
There weren't any.
If there were any, I didn't see
No.
them.
No.
Somehow, all the teachers seem to muddle through and produce pretty well qualified graduates who actually knew something in those days.
Wait. When you were a teacher,
It was a dark
you had
age.
you had textbooks, and the standards and the curriculum were in the books that your district adopted. This is just different because it wasn't focused on what we wanted kids to know and be able to do. It was focused on what somebody wrote and what was adopted. Teachers were just as strong and just as weak and all over the map at all times, right? It's a matter of learning more and more, and the longer they taught, the more they had the benefit of all the different texts and input that they had from universities, from textbook writers, et cetera. But they weren't coming up with this already fully baked when they came into the classroom.
No,
This
that's absolutely
much
true,
I
but
know.
my point is that state standards may not serve a meaningful purpose at all.
Well,
And
if you
I think
want
it's something
kids
to
in
look at.
Boulder to learn one thing because they're using a textbook, and then kids in Estes Park to learn different or emphasize different facts because they pick a different textbook, the variation in what kids knew and were able to do was so great that there was a push to consider what does a Colorado graduate know and be able to do. That's my recollection of the process. Whoa, we're just really flying all over the place. Thank you very much for what you've done. I look forward to seeing you. I hope you'll come back. And, pardon?
I don't know that the committee members will. This is their conclusion.
Boo. Okay.
That's not what they're saying.
No, not
I
with this.
totally
I
understand.
have some, but not with, no.
However, I value your guidance very much.
Madam
Thank
Chair, Dr. Cobb and I will probably work together on a memo for you about, some timelines that might be helpful to get your amendments, and maybe some ideas on how to address Dr. Shuffle and Board Member Durham's comments about the template, the structure, maybe for the future. So we will do that and get back to you, probably via memo.
And I'm open to feedback, if you want to do it in a text, I'm not sure it needs to be a memo, to our conversation, what your thoughts are as you're listening to us struggle with this. I would value that.
Madam Chair, I think I'd like to make one other comment, and that is, we are a local control state, and standards or no, any local school board can choose to disregard these standards and adopt their own anytime they choose. And so I would encourage local school boards to start thinking about alternatives to what is being put on the table here, because if they don't fit your local community standards, you're not obligated to incorporate these standards into what's being taught, because your constitutional rights over curriculum are strong and I believe pretty close to absolute, and I would encourage local school boards to act accordingly.
Well, local school boards are elected. Teachers read those standards. Up till now, we have not had a lot of pushback from the public on the standards that have been adopted for the state. So I think you would ignore the Colorado standards at your own risk if you're a school board member. And that's who directs it. So you're not wrong in what you say, but it's probably not the best advice I've ever seen. So I have a note that says my colleagues really need to have a break. And you might feel the same way. So thank you very much. Really
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was a item that several board members requested, and we had so much on our agenda that this is the first time we've been able to get to it. So we have several staff members here to address your questions. Mr. Cottonstudy, Ms. Paga, and Ms. Bivens. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cottonstudy to introduce us.
All right, great. Thank you, Commissioner Anthus and Chairwoman Schroeder. As you may recall, in recent months during adoption of consent agenda items, a range of questions have been asked by members of the board that included a request for staff, for a staff presentation from the Schools of Choice unit to provide background information on the charter waiver process and also to answer some of the specific questions that members of the board have asked. I'm here today with Paula Paga, who will be co-presenting with me in her role as the Senior Policy Consultant for the Schools of Choice unit. In addition, Mary Bivens, the Director of Educator Development, will be sharing applicable information requested on behalf of the Educator Talent Division. Let's see here. All right. As mentioned, the focus of this presentation is as an information item. We're here to provide answers to a range of questions asked about charter school waivers. These questions fell into 3 categories and 1 additional other category. The first category included a range of questions related to educator evaluation waivers. The questions are summarized here, but we'll review each question in the presentation. The 3 remaining categories are identified on this slide. The categories relate to the kindergarten school readiness waiver, questions regarding pernicious library material waivers, and other general waivers outlined on this slide. In order to answer the questions asked, we found it important to start with some general orienting to charter waivers. So to begin the main part of the presentation, we'll begin with a general overview. Following the overview, we will review responses to each of the questions asked. With that in mind, I'll hand off to Paula, who will provide the overview information.
Great. So there are 3 ways in which schools or districts may request a waiver from state statute or state board rule. The first is a waiver request from school districts on behalf of either the entire district or particular schools in the district under CRS 22-117. Next are waivers requested by charter schools under the Charter Schools Act. And lastly are waivers for innovation schools or innovation zones under the Innovation Schools Act. The board has a document called Comparison for Waiver Laws that provides a detailed comparison for these provisions. CDE receives charter waiver requests when there are either new charter schools, when a charter contract is renewed, or any time when a charter requests a new waiver through an amendment to their contract. These 3 reasons results in the state board reviewing anywhere between 50 to 100 charter school requests each year. There are 2 types of charter waiver requests, automatic and non-automatic waivers. For automatic waivers, these are granted automatically to all charter schools upon the establishment of the contract. A rationale and replacement plan are not required, but the school needs to list the waivers it plans on invoking. Through rulemaking, the state board approves a list of automatic waivers. For non-automatic waivers, these need a rationale and replacement plan on how the school will meet the intent of the law. If approved, these non-automatic waivers are valid for the term of the charter contract. Listed on this slide are the provisions of law that a charter school may not request a waiver for. Please note that any state law outside of Title 22 or outside Rule number 300s is not allowed. This is also true for any federal education law. Here is the current list of automatic waivers for charter schools under Section 3.1 of 1 CCR 30135. As mentioned before, the state board has the authority to amend this list through rulemaking. A charter school could request a waiver for any statute in Title 22 or state board rule, except for the identified prohibited waivers. These waivers are known as non-automatic waivers. For each of these waivers, the charter school must state the rationale for the requested waiver and the manner in which the school plans to meet the intent of the waive statute, rule, or policy. Like I've said before, the rationale is why the school needs the waiver, and then the replacement plan is a description of how the school will meet the intent of the law. 2 or more statutes can be combined under the same plan as long as the plan explains for each waiver why each waiver is being requested and addresses how the intent of each law will be met. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about our review process. So our office reviews each contract for completeness. This includes a review for a clear start and end date of the contract, signatures from both the charter school and the authorizer, a list of automatic waivers the school is invoking, and the replacement plans for any non-automatic waiver. There are some cases where other CDE offices are engaged as content experts to review the replacement plan. CDE may recommend revisions to the replacement plan before they are presented to the State Board for approval. We try to provide feedback as early as possible to the authorizer and the charter. However, CDE will always submit complete charter contracts to the board regardless of whether or not the suggested changes have been made. In addition, based on prior feedback from the board, CDE waiver memos have been updated to provide the last 5 years of SPF plan types for the school and differentiate between non-automatic waivers that have been previously approved for the school and any new waivers being requested. Our office uses the following criteria to determine if a charter school waiver request is placed on consent. Is this a charter waiver being requested for the first time? Has the waiver been approved for the school in the past, and is the replacement plan similar? Is there anything in the replacement plan of note that may need a board discussion? Has there been other policy changes since the last time the waiver has been approved that may need to be taken in consideration by the board? And lastly, has board members requested a waiver to be pulled? Based on state board rule, the board shall grant waivers to state statutory requirements or rules promulgated by the state board to charter schools when in the judgment of the state board it deems waivers necessary. It is the board's duty to determine whether or not it deems waivers necessary. It also may assess whether or not a replacement plan for the waiver is sufficiently describes how the applicant will meet the intent of the waive statute. If the state board denies a request, then it shall notify the local board and the charter school in writing about the denial and specify the reasons for denial. In addition, the board may vote on each waiver the charter school requests either together or separately. So now we're gonna speak about the educator effectiveness waiver and the reporting. For this, I'm gonna pass it to Ms. Mary Bibbins.
Thank you, Paula. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I wanted to share with you the first, oops. There we go. It's not going to my slides, friends.
Oh, that, I think is that one.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I wanted to address the 2 statutory or state board rule requirements that align to automatic waivers for charters around educator evaluations. The first being the Colorado Revised Statute 229106 that outlines annual evaluations for all licensed personnel for districts and BOCES requirements to adopt either the state model evaluation system or adopt one of their locally created. The second area that charter schools waive out address the reporting requirements of educators' evaluations. Colorado Revised Statute 222112 outlines the use of those ratings as one part of the educator preparation program report of our state-approved programs. State Board of Education Rule 301-87406 outlines district and BOCES requirements to submit educator ratings to the department annually.
So on this slide, you see a sample rationale and replacement plan for these two waivers. As you can see, both statutes are being referred in each section. This is how we often see replacement plans for these waivers.
Thank you, Paula. One of the things that was asked of the board, and I wanted to make sure was very clear, I created this slide to represent the 6 ratings that are submitted for each licensed personnel by our districts and BOCES around educator evaluations. You can see that the first 4 ratings make up the 4 educator quality standards, whether it's for teachers, our principals, or our SSPs. As a reminder, our SSPs are those special service providers such as nurses, physical therapists, counselors. The 5th rating is the final rating for measures of student learning that we get for our teachers or our principals, or measures of student outcomes that we get from our SSPs. The 6th rating submitted for each licensed personnel is the final effectiveness rating. That makes up 50% of the professional practices and the 50% of the measures of student learning. Correct, not yet. That goes into effect in 2023, but you're correct. That is transitioning to 70-30. Thank you, Madam Chair. But right now, these are the 6 ratings that every district and BOCES submit for their licensed personnel. For any charter school that has been waived from reporting requirements for educator evaluations, these data would not be shared with the department for those schools' educators. And I'll transition back to Mr. Cottonsteady to address some of the board's prior questions.
Thank you. And I'll add with what Mary had shared is that the collection would essentially be, I'll say turned off. So the school could submit like zeros when they submit that collection. However, it wouldn't prevent them from reporting information. So even if a school had a waiver and they put the rating information in, it would be collected. So that's how that collection works. All right, so now I will go into the specific questions. So the first question is CDE approving a charter school's locally created performance evaluation model. So when a school requests this waiver, the department is not actually receiving their framework and approving that framework. So by granting the waiver, the state board is allowing the charter school to create their own system, and it would not be submitted to the state for a review.
And that's in contrast, as I understand it, so I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. That's in contrast to the districts that have created their own evaluation plans, but they were reviewed by the department for legality, and there's discussion, and they're approved. If they're not is it the model plan? What is the terminology that we use for the plan that many in the state use?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's the state model evaluation system.
State model evaluation, but there are others.
And you are correct. And I have a slide coming up where I'll show you the breakdown for our districts and BOCES between locally created and state model. Yeah.
Yep.
Mrs. Board Member Scarzigo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To clarify, if I'm a charter school applying to a district, and this is one of the waivers I asked for, the district would see or could request the plan they're putting forward. The district is approving what they're using instead, in theory, when they, or no, it's part of the charter contract.
So the district could request as part of their regular authorizing activities.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, so that would be a good practice. I mean, that's one place where you would see it could occur.
Yeah, yeah.
But doesn't require, so they really could have nobody looking to see what it is that they're doing.
Yeah, so as a authorizer in their general monitoring function, they could look at the replacement plans of a charter school and say, okay, you stated in your replacement plan you're going to do X. Can you demonstrate to us that you're doing that as part of like an annual review process? Yeah, okay. I would say that would be a quality authorizing practice.
Yes, but not required.
Yes, I would assume that an authorizer is not required to do that type of annual monitoring.
Just a nuance, but thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just do a follow-up on this?
Please, is that okay with you guys?
Yep.
It's not a hearing, so we can just.
So when we approve a waiver somebody, I mean, I'm assuming that you've looked at everything and legally it's all correct. But if it's going through their authorizer, then you don't see what they have. Only the authorizer sees it. Then they're the ones that are accountable for them doing legally what is correct.
So what we would see is the replacement plan. So the replacement plan would describe how they intend to meet the, or how they will meet the intent of the statute. So with like teacher evaluation, they'll say, we will create our own evaluation system. Usually the language says that they will align it to the 4 standards of the department, but that it will be locally developed and not the district. So we'll see that level of detail. And the reason we'll see that is because the waiver requests and the replacement plans have to be part of the charter contract. So we receive the full contract. But like if there were supporting materials or anything like that, like the actual rubric or anything, we would not necessarily see that information because all that they're obligated to provide to us is the contract.
So we don't know then. We've never seen one of those to align it with
I believe,
teacher.
yeah, so we in the Schools of Choice unit, we will at times see the rubrics. I know at times the board has requested the copies. So we'll request those of the school and they tend to provide them. So we'll see them in that way, but it wouldn't be part of our review of whether the contract is complete.
Okay, but just your review of them, do you find any problems with any of them that, I mean, or does it matter? Do you have no say in that? And if that's the case, then we don't either.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't have evaluated it for quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the accountability can be lacking.
The accountability would reside with the authorizer
Yeah.
For the performance of the charter.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chair.
Board Member Durham?
I think it's important, Ms. Rankin, to understand what the purpose, I think, of this statute was when it's passed. And it was really, I think, historically an attempt to give school districts a methodology to which they could hopefully use to deal with tenured teachers who were not reaching, whose students didn't reach the appropriate level. Unfortunately, the law has been a complete failure because 90+% of all the teachers are graded as what do they call it?
I believe you're
Effective.
referring to effective or highly.
Effective. So the law hasn't worked because for one reason or another. So exempting a charter school from the law doesn't have a relevant, doesn't have any, at least as far as I'm concerned, isn't relevant to anything. And especially when you realize that the charter schools have a much better way of evaluating teachers than do any of the public schools, irregular public schools, particularly those that are laboring under collective bargaining agreements. Because charter schools, as a general rule, their teachers are at will. And so you have the best accountability system you can possibly have in these charter schools, which is if they're not getting the job done, they don't get rehired. And that, I think, is one of the reasons why charter schools have a slightly better performance than do the traditional public schools, because they can make personnel adjustments without going through the enormous difficulty that is required in the regular public schools. And it's one of the reasons that we see constant assaults on charter schools by the unions and their allies, because you always hear from the districts, these charter schools have unfair advantages. Well, I think I asked Mr. Cottonsetti earlier, and I'll just ask him to repeat it. As a general rule, there are a few exceptions. Any district can apply for a waiver that is given to charter schools, and this board has the right to grant it to a district. Problem is they never apply. They never apply because the unions won't allow them to apply. And so it is a real Trojan horse every time we hear oh my God, these charter schools don't have to comply with the law, and they have all these advantages. The traditional public schools have the right to ask for the same waivers, they just don't do it. And the accountability methodology for the charters, particularly in personnel matters, is far superior to that embodied in this statute or in any labor organized practice. Thank you.
Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question. This came up to me because of all these, they do not have to report this waiver against reporting teacher effectiveness. And I happened to be at 2 hearings at the Capitol where it was exactly the Charter Institute that said the public schools must indeed report that because and I don't mean public schools, I mean district-run public schools, have to report this teacher effectiveness to the State Department because that is the only way parents know how effective their child's teachers are. And that's where the question came up from me. If this is true for the goose, isn't it true for the gander? I mean, it was because of who was saying it was so important. Then I thought, well, is it or isn't it? And if it isn't, then do the public schools have the right to waive this particular non-automatic statute?
So I'm not sure who had the testimony, but what I can say is that charter schools often request this waiver. So most have this waiver. And to Board Member Durham's question, non-charter schools can request this waiver. An individual school could request it under the Innovation Schools Act. And then a district could request it under that 22-112 general waiver provision, or 117. All right, thank you.
A whole district could?
They could request it. So there's a list of prohibited waivers, and this is not one that's on the list.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair. And I think that it really gets us to the point that about this particular statute is that the very idea, and I'm very disappointed that anybody from CSI would ever say that this was important, but the very idea that you can have 60% of your children who can't read at grade level and have 95% of your teachers rated ineffective is just a minor disconnect. So to tell a parent, oh, don't worry, your teacher's rated as effective, so everything's good, no parent should ever accept that as the final result, because the final result is, can my child read? If the answer to that question is yes, and that is true of most of that teacher's classmates, then the teacher's effective. If that's not true, then the fact that the teacher has an effective rating from this system is irrelevant. And in fact, it's misleading. So I would say that this particular statute is more detrimental to informing parents of the status and opportunities that their children are having than having no statute at all.
Yeah.
So, if I may, I would like to weigh in on, more generally on the waiver. I was very frustrated this time when I looked at the consent agenda, the waiver requests from some charter schools, and they were renewals of non-automatic waivers, and they were CSI schools, and their participation was poor. I have supported waivers for regular schools, charter schools, whatever. However, what's important to me is to know that despite those waivers, kids are still doing well. And when they're allowed to, for whatever reason, not be assessed, I don't get that answer. I would love to have us have a policy that we don't grant discretionary waivers if the parents don't want to have their kids participate in the assessments, because I don't know what's the effect of those waivers. I try to remember that our laws were made by legislators who were trying to do a good thing and have good outcomes for kids. And if we can't see that, then I don't think we should be granting them. That goes for everybody. So I don't know whether we should have a conversation with CSI to, first of all, I don't even know if my colleagues agree with me. Mr. Durham and I have gone back and forth about non-participation forever. So that troubles me. I want to respect what the legislature has passed, and I don't know how to do that if I let schools bypass that through a waiver and then don't pay enough attention, or CSI doesn't pay enough attention. I was heartened, for example, by Aurora that had a renewal of a charter school that had, I think, poor outcomes and poor participation, and they only gave them a 2-year contract. Because I thought, well, that's the right thing. Don't close the school, but don't give them 5 years. And I'd like to have that be a value. I don't know whether we want to interfere there, how we give that message, or if we are universal in that message. But that's my big complaint with the waivers. Mr. Durham?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think my comments on this will be probably unnecessarily blunt, but first of all, the legislature has made it clear not to punish kids whose parents elect for them to be opted out of tests. And that prohibition runs to the school district and the charter school and the regular school and all that. So if you want to, now, if you want to selectively punish,
It's not punishing, it's just
it is
not
punishment.
it's not
If you want to selectively punish a school whose parents have chosen to exercise their right under statute to opt out, that is an appalling thing, because what it forces that school to do is find a way to punish those parents and those students to see if they can force them not to opt out.
No, they just don't have the waiver. This
That
is
is
not
that is
punishment.
a clear punishment, because these waivers are essential for better education.
We
Why
don't-
do charter
we don't
schools
know
perform
that.
better?
We don't know that.
Oh, we certainly
So as you
do.
can see, Mr. Durham and I totally
Well-
disagree on whether participation in our assessments has merit or not. But
No, we
I
don't
can't-
we do not disagree on whether they have merit, but we do disagree on hitting people over the head with a hammer. And particularly when the evidence is clear, charter schools as a group perform better than the traditional public school. So, and perhaps the most important thing is if children are not getting an appropriate education at a charter school, keep in mind they have opted in. They can easily opt out. And that is a significant and important difference. So we're not forcing anybody to get a bad education, as opposed to if they're in the wrong catchment area and the wrong zip code in the wrong district. So it is on the parents, and it is an attempt to punish people for exercising what I think is an important right, and that right is really to decide how much data do they want the government to have about their child. And they have elected not as much as perhaps I would choose or you would choose.
I'd like
So-
them to elect not to accept my tax money, because I'm paying for their education. So I don't think that everything is free.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're willing to join me in eliminating the compulsory attendance laws, I'm happy to suggest that we should eliminate.
You've
we
heard
could
this
be happy
before,
to-
right? We do this all the time.
I did vote to eliminate the compulsory attendance
you did.
laws. So, yeah, I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is.
Board Member Skarzik.
So, back to you. I was thinking when you said higher ed, and I got my mind thinking about the higher ed evaluation reports, right, that we're attempting to do. That's a whole nother animal. I don't want to get into my thoughts around the whole thing, but if higher ed is tracking any of these indicators, and in Denver Public Schools, they're not going to get half of them, right? Or you know, the new, so I'm trying to figure out what impact does that have? I'm not saying, I have my own opinion about waivers and local control and stuff. I'm not saying anything bad here. I'm just curious, when you mentioned it, does it have any impact at all? Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you, Board Member Escarska. It's a great question. I do have a slide to show you the percentage that we do not get collected.
Okay.
So, and I would say you can draw your own conclusion about that percentage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this next slide is actually goes back to Board Member Chairperson's question about the state model evaluation system that our districts and BOCES use versus their locally created. Under the statute, anybody can have a locally created, but you are correct in your earlier comment that any district or BOCES who does have a locally created does send it to the department for review. So we did a statewide review in school year 1920, and we've completed all those reviews.
1920? All right.
2019 to 2020, thank you. I've been around for a while, thank you so much.
Not since 1920.
I didn't, you're like, she said 1920. So we have done those reviews, and then annually through an assurance process, districts or BOCES can tell us if they've had any significant changes to their locally created, and we will check those. So this slide shows that you can see just this past school year that just ended, 167 of our 192 districts and/or BOCES use this state model evaluation system. 15 districts fully use locally created models for all their educator groups, and another 10 districts use a combination of the state model system and maybe one locally created or something like that. So we also like to give you a breakdown. That's obviously a lot of our districts and BOCES, but you can guess that a lot of our smaller districts use the state model. So we like to break it down by the teachers that are impacted by that, and you can see that 50% of our teachers are on the state model system. So thank you, Mr. Cottonsteady. I'll let you go on to, thank you. Perfect. Educator evaluation ratings are currently submitted by our districts and BOCES through the department's annual human resource data collection. Charter schools with waivers from reporting are able to fill, Mr. Cottonsteady mentioned this before, fill the fields in that collection with a 0-0 without getting an error message. If a district tried to do that, it wouldn't let them complete the collection. But the charter does have the ability to fill the fields, but is not required to submit them. So if you go to the next slide, thank you. The educator evaluation data are used in 3 specific reporting requirements. The first is the reporting statewide ratings and trends for our public-facing educator effectiveness metrics dashboard. That's, parents can see that, anybody can see that. The second use is for our educator preparation program report that presents data around new teachers who've completed state-approved programs that then stay and teach in Colorado, so we can track them in their first 3 years. The final is the required use for the federal ESEA equitable distribution of teachers reporting. And Mr. Cottonsteady is going to speak a little bit more about the ESEA analysis.
All right. And what I'll say with that is charter schools that have the waiver from reporting are exempted from the equitable distribution of teacher collection as it relates to the teacher effectiveness ratings. Because there are multiple ways to demonstrate in-field status. Sometimes people ask about the licensure side. You could have a licensure waiver but still be obligated to report in-field, out-of-field. So we do have that charters, we don't collect the effectiveness data, and so that doesn't go into the EDT analysis, but the in-field, out-of-field would. So I will go to question number 4, which is why do charters specify a minimum of a BA for their licensure waiver? And to the context of that is under No Child Left Behind, the standard was highly qualified, and it was a requirement. Under ESSA, highly qualified went away and was replaced with the language of infield, out of field, and is not a requirement. So teachers do not have to be infield like they had to be highly qualified, but there's data that's collected and reporting on that side. So when highly qualified went away, replacement plans shifted from talking about meeting the highly qualified standard to talking about how they will meet infield, out of field, or what their standard will be since highly qualified went away. So at times you will see replacement plans that may say our minimum standard is a bachelor's, but we acknowledge that we will report on infield, out of field status for those teachers.
Bill, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is it possible, I mean, we're all hoping we'll get some sort of shift toward greater trades education. So under the current circumstances, let's say a district wanted to have a plumbing, trying to get kids on for a license for plumbing or electrician. So a licensed master plumber that didn't have a bachelor's degree couldn't be hired. Is that an essential result of this?
So I believe they can. However, we tend to see that schools will provide in their replacement plan that they'll have their teachers meet at least the bachelor's requirement. And some may not provide that level of detail, but I think in the scenario that you described, that the current provisions would allow for you to hire the master certified plumber to teach a plumbing class.
Or the master certified electrician, because they're licensed by the state, they've reached certain requirements, but I suspect many, if not most of them, probably do not have a 4-year bachelor's degree.
Right.
Madam Chair. So I have seen 2 examples where, there was a Montessori school that said, we want to hire Montessori certified teachers. And that was the basic requirement that they had. In addition, I have seen another school that was an art school that said that we will strive to have certified teachers, but in the specialties, we are going to have a local credential or local qualifications for those. So I have seen replacement plans that speak particularly to those, especially if their educational program is different, such as an art school, Montessori, or a technical school as well.
So a successful potter and a successful painter, artist would be, you think they can get that done?
Yes.
So that's encouraging.
Madam Chair, we have several credentials that would allow that without a BA, such as the adjunct authorization with 5 years experience, those kind of things. So they could actually get credentialed, be holding a license from CDE without the BA in those kind of scenarios.
Do we have very many of those?
Yes, I think those are exact examples of when they're commonly used. Either they go the CTE route, or the adjunct authorization is specifically for that kind of expertise.
That's very good news.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the next question is, do we know the qualifications of those who are non-licensed? And I don't have data and analytics to provide today, but what I can confirm is in the collection, so we talked about the piece that has the effectiveness rating. In that same collection, some of the data elements that are collected for all teachers are a flag for highest level of education completed, subject area of degree, years of prior teaching experience, teaching subject area, grade levels, and in-field status. So those are some elements that we do collect the information on, even if we don't collect the evaluation ratings for the teachers. All right, I'm clicking the wrong button, apologies. Number 6, can charter schools waive federal educator effectiveness requirements? So my first part is clearly no, so we said you can't waive federal law. And an example of that is schools are required to report the in-field, out-of-field status of their classroom teachers. Parent notification requirements apply to charter schools, even if the charter school has waivers from licensure. However, no, from the sense of if federal law allows for state flexibility. And so under ESSA, states can grant licensure waivers to schools and districts, thus teachers do not necessarily have to be licensed. And the state board may grant reporting waivers to schools, as we've covered in previous slides. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
This was my question, right? I have spent a lot of time with this department and feel I'm up to speed on waiver stuff. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not going to have a lot of questions. But this is one that I just want to make sure we're aware of. I talked to CSI. CSI does comply with all their schools with this second bullet, parent notification under ESSA. You can't waive out of that. They do it. She's talked to me about how they do that. I do know there are some schools that are not complying that don't believe they have to, that it's currently kind of up for a debate. Waiting to see how that resolves. If those schools come forward for waivers and they still haven't resolved this one piece, I'll be starting to vote no on it, only because I don't believe they're in compliance. It is not an issue with the fact that teachers are not licensed or somebody is interfield, out of it. Nothing to do with that. It's the intent of the law that parents have this information in front of them, and it's just an additional piece. Do parents really make a decision and choose to differ? No. But CSI feels it's important enough. They've done it. Comply with all of their schools, is my understanding. So I think it's a best practice, and this will, just so you understand, this may be where I come and would deny, but it's a very few, I understand, that actually are having an issue at this point. But we'll wait for the Title I office does auditing, I should say, what the term is. They do their, I want to say quality reviews, but I'm mixing up my genres. They're doing their final revisions to make sure that they're in compliance, et cetera, so.
Yeah, and
Okay.
the term we use is monitoring.
Monitoring, thank you.
And it is part of their monitoring process to look for that and to
Yes.
give coaching to the authorizer in the event that they see a concern.
Yes, thank you.
Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a follow-up to Dr. Escarzaga. So do we collect any data from district public schools as to whether or not they send out notification of in and out of field teachers?
No, that would fall under the monitoring process as well. So under the federal, our plan for receipt of federal funds, our federal programs office has an obligation to do site-based monitoring in districts. So they would be looking for that information, whether it was for a charter school or not.
Okay.
And if they saw areas where there wasn't reporting happening, they would work with the district to clarify the expectation and provide any technical assistance that would be needed.
Great, so it's a spot check
Yeah.
around, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
All right, I will go to question 7. Is how many teachers are currently rated satisfactory? And then this is a chart that was put together by Mary. Happy to hand off.
Well, thank you, and I didn't do the chart, but thank you to my colleagues, who I think are listening, so thank you. This slide goes to your question, Board Member Escarzaga. It displays the statewide breakdown of the overall effectiveness ratings for the 2020-2021, I'm never going to say that again, school year. And so you can see 46% of our licensed personnel are rated effective, with 24% rated overall highly effective, 3% rated overall less than effective. You'll notice 28% of our licensed personnel we do not have an overall effectiveness rating on for CDE, and that occurs either in 2 categories, not collectible or not rated. And so I want to go over those because they can get confusing. So ratings are considered not collectible for individuals who in the following year switch districts and are no longer work in a Colorado public school. These ratings are not collectible because evaluation ratings currently are collected the school year after through the department's human resource collection. And districts do not have and cannot report ratings for staff who transferred new into their district. So an example of that would be I might have taught in Jefferson County. I transferred to Burlington. Burlington doesn't have my ratings to report. So I would fall into the not collectible. Recent legislation that just passed, 22070, will adjust the timing of the department's collection, and we will eliminate this issue starting with the 2022-23 school year. So again, that's the not collectible category of 15% that we currently lose our data on. The second category is what we're sort of talking about today, and those individuals are considered not rated. That's if a school has a waiver from reporting effectiveness ratings, or on a much more rare occasion, you might have an evaluation for someone who wasn't completed because they went on medical leave. So the district just did not complete a final effectiveness rating. So they would put in not rated for that. So you can see there's an almost 13% for 2020-21 school year that we did not get ratings for. And I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Cottonsteady.
Great, thank you. So the next question is, do either of these waivers have an impact on a school's SPF? And the answer is no. So teacher evaluation ratings do not calculate into an SPF. So that concludes our section on educator effectiveness. I'll go next into the kindergarten school readiness waivers. So the first question we had there is, do we know which assessments are being used? The high-level answer is yes, if the school is using an approved program, and no, if they are using their own program. Sometimes a replacement plan will say, we're going to use a state-approved assessment, but we're seeking flexibility because of what our district is doing. But oftentimes, the replacement plan is proposing using their own school readiness assessment, or using an instrument that's not identified, like they don't call it out explicitly. In those instances, we would not know which assessment is being used. The next question, does CDE review replacement plans for alignment?
Hey, can I go back to this?
Yeah.
Kindergarten? When we have districts that are not using, that have a waiver, do we then go back and look 3 years down the line, their third grade reading? Can we identify can we differentiate in any way? Because they're tied,
yeah.
but it's not a one-on-one, and it's 3 years later. But it ought to tell us whether this might be great or doing harm.
Yeah, so currently we don't look at that information as part of this process.
Madam Chair, for school district waivers, the replacement plan is much more thorough in regards to kindergarten school readiness. So that particular unit does look at it and then looks at it 3 years later. For charter schools, that is not the case. However, we are working on figuring out a way to kind of fix that in the future.
Okay. It's actually critical if we believe that we really want to get all our kids reading by third grade, and this is supposed to be an indicator of their readiness to be moving forward. But,
Can I ask a question?
yes.
So, and I think the same kind of question here. The school district, if this is a charter, has to agree to this waiver first.
Yeah.
So in the authorizing practices, they can choose to look and evaluate that assessment system and deem it either it fits the bill or it doesn't, and either grant the waiver or not. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
the authorizer would have the ability
Right,
to do
so
that as
there's-
part of their
there's-
review.
Yeah, just going back to authorizing here,
Yeah.
and the importance of quality authorizing practices. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
and I'll just note in the statute, authorizers have an obligation to do an annual review of all
Mhm,
their charter
yes,
schools.
yes.
And then there would be a more comprehensive review as part of the contract renewal.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Board Member Rankin?
Do we have a percentage of those that are using an approved program in general, as opposed to those, if they're not, of course, we don't know, but I'm just curious on this.
I'm jotting down that question. I don't have data for you today, but I can look
And
into it.
if they are not, they may be using a program that is out in the market, or they could be using their own. Is that correct? They're just creating their own?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Constetti, are you aware of any studies or anything that would indicate that the use of these kindergarten readiness evaluations have in any way improved performance?
I would defer to Dr. Cobb's team. I know that they've done a lot of analysis in this area, and then there's a requirement with the state-adopted readiness assessments that they're research-based, valid, and reliable, and so there would have been research indicating the effectiveness of those tools on the front end.
But presuming they're reliable and all that other thing, is the fact that they're in general use somehow remarkably improved the education outcome of anyone who's taken it, or any kid who's been analyzed, I guess. Are you aware of any data?
I personally am not, but I could definitely capture that question as for follow-up.
I think it's important to remember how we got here on kindergarten readiness, and that is there were significant privacy abuses in TS Gold, I think, and some other of the exams that were going on where they were uploading video of children in kindergarten. I think if you remember those arguments, and I think all of those practices have now stopped, but it really, and when I've looked at those exams, and it's been a while, I have to admit I was troubled by some of the analysis, and I remember also at the time there was significant blowback from kindergarten and pre-school teachers about the laborious nature of these evaluations, how much time they took. I think sometimes up to an hour of worth per student. They had to do certain observations that were just not practical. I don't know if those have been eliminated from these assessments or not, but I guess no one's convinced me yet that these yield some sort of dramatic result in student outcomes at some future grade level. And I for some reason believe that there isn't that data, but maybe there is. So
yeah.
Maybe we can take a look, see what we can find.
We can do that. Yeah. All right. So the next category are other. So the first one is on oversight of pernicious library materials. Language sounds a little daunting there. But at the high level, what does the waiver do? It essentially delegates that authority which exists for locally elected school boards to delegate that to the charter board to make a local decision. So that's what the request is seeking. And the result is that the school level governing body may choose to allow books otherwise not allowed or deny books that are allowed by the district. The other question with that is, does the school report what decisions they've made? They do not report that information to the state. However, I will note that any type of board action would be part of public record with transparency law. The next question, can most statutes be requested for waivers? We've essentially answered that one. Yes, anything in Title 22 that's not on the prohibited list. Although the universe is large, there are many commonly requested waivers. We kind of see them, into general categories for human resource flexibility, calendar flexibility, and usually elements affirming local decision-making on like curriculum and things like that. The next question is whether other non-charter schools are allowed to request the waivers. We've covered that one as well. And then the final question, what if a board member disagrees with a waiver request? Here I'll note that there are 3 common actions that I have observed. This would be either to pull an item off of consent for discussion, make a motion to deny an individual waiver. And the note there is that you can deny individual waivers for a charter request, whereas yesterday we had a conversation about innovation plans where you have to adopt the plan or deny it in its entirety. So with charters, you can do this on an individual waiver, or seeking to communicate feedback to the field in other ways through the public meeting process. So with that in mind, that concludes our presentation. Thank you for allowing us the time to present, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. To the extent that you wrote down questions that you're going to answer, please be sure to answer to all of us,
Okay.
okay?
We'd
We're
be
starting to
happy to
get a
do that.
little, I mean, I know we're stretching staff sometimes with our questions individually, and I'm getting a little bit worried whether when there's an answer, there's an opportunity for Angela to make sure that it goes to the whole board.
Okay.
Because I think it's a healthy way for us to be informed. It tells us, it gives everybody the answer, and it helps us know what particular items are of importance that we might want to add to the agenda. Board Member McClellan?
I just wanted to add a small caution from past experience, maybe not with this board, but certainly on city council. When we receive an email that includes all of us, we need to be careful not to answer it, lest we go down the path of having an online meeting accidentally, so.
Good warning, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Just a minute, Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to take you back, but I'm going to take you back to slide 25. You don't need to go.
Okay.
But it just has the words equitable distribution of teachers. What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, that's a part of the plan that Department of Education submitted to U.S. Department of Ed for our federal funds, our ESSA plan. In that what the department does is conducts an analysis on when teachers, like they look at effectiveness ratings and they look at in-field, out-of-field status to see in years of experience, to see if there are areas where students in higher poverty areas are disproportionately educated by ineffective, out-of-field, or inexperienced teachers.
And
so
then-
that's the EDT analysis.
But we don't do anything. We just do the analysis.
The analysis, and then there are areas where if there is a disproportionality, then that is identified for the district, and they're asked to provide a plan for how they're going to address the disproportionality.
Okay, they provide a plan. And that's for all schools?
Madam Chair?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Paga.
No, I was going to say, the EDT report is for districts that have more than 1,000 students. And also if they, for example, if they only have one elementary school, they are not part of that report.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
I think it was Board Member Rankin, I heard.
Yes, I'm back on pernicious library materials, and that is, it's for the library that is in the school itself, in the charter school. We're just specifically talking about that library.
Correct.
The rest of the schools in that district can have pernicious. And then we're not even talking about the public library, but it's only that one charter school and library or classroom, I guess.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And at a high level, I would say that charter schools can decide what materials they're going to put in their library regardless of if they have this waiver or not.
Yeah.
Some just like to clarify that they have that flexibility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all three of you. Appreciate it. It's a good update for us. So, colleagues, I'm glad you brought this forward.
Thank you. We're happy to present.
I still don't think we should grant waivers to schools that don't test, but never mind. So there's no lunch today unless we address item 5.23, disciplinary proceedings. Board Member Rankin.
I'm sorry.
Disciplinary proceedings.
Sorry.
No lunch until we get through this.
The items that you pulled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were, yeah. I thought I was being disciplined, and I was.
I think it's item.
That's called a guilty conscience. My mother used to tell me about those.
Yeah, got it. Are we ready, Madam Chair? I move to, this is in regards to an item on the consent agenda, 5.23. I move to instruct the department staff and State Attorney General's office to prepare necessary documents necessary to request a formal hearing for the revocation of credential holders' educator license.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Thank you. Ms. Miranda, would you call the vote, please? And you lost your mic.
Sorry. Okay, Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarzaga?
Yes.
Board Member Esser?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Okay. Lunch is now available, I think.
You need to vote no.
I'm always behind. Are we missing people? We're missing a people. I thought Rebecca was in here.
Board member
You've lost interest, I know that. We'll now have a vote on a personally identifiable information, PII, evaluation request. Networks for School Improvement, NSI evaluation. This was presented to us last month. We have staff available if we have any questions. Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I
Board Member
move
Escher.
to approve the personally identifiable information evaluation request, Networks for School Improvement Evaluation.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Any discussion, colleagues? Call the vote?
Board Member Durham.
No.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes?
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
No.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 5-2.
Thank you. All right. The next item is the approval of BEST grants. We'll now have an update and a vote on the prioritized list of BEST grants for 2022-23 grant cycle. Welcome to Jane Chrysler, the chair, there you are, of the Capital Construction Assistance Board, who's joining us for this discussion. And welcome also to Ms. Oakes and Mr.
Stein.
Andy, sorry. Stein. Commissioner?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for coming. We appreciate you coming, Ms. Chrysler. We know it was a drive just for our boardroom being under construction, as you all are aware.
No, you know, you keep saying that. Our boardroom is under destruction right now.
Destruction. We are not, we
Serious.
have not yet
We've not-
graduated to the
We're not
construction
even
part.
at that point yet. And you know that terminology better than most people do, so,
Yes,
sorry.
yes. No.
I've been wanting to say that.
So I am going to turn this over to Mr. Stein and Ms. Oakes. And don't forget to use your microphone, Mr. Stein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. I think I will just highlight a few items that are in the memo for you, and then we're happy to answer any questions that you might have, if that works. And I'll try not to just read this, but I think I'm going to read some of these.
Go ahead and read, we all do that.
First, in May of 2022, the Capital Construction Assistance Board reviewed 64 grant applications, requesting a total of approximately $338 million in state grant funds, with $221 million of those in matching funds, representing about $560 million in total project costs. The projects were prioritized according to criteria that's outlined in statute, placing the greatest emphasis on those that address health, safety, and security in public school facilities. The fiscal year 23 long bill appropriates $110 million in cash for BEST grant awards. A small amount of money remains available for financing construction projects under the statutory cap, which would have resulted in about $10 million. It was determined by board and staff to not recommend the use of any financing, as this would not have increased the number of projects that are recommended for funding. Ultimately, the Assistance Board approved 63 of those 64 projects for award. Currently, 40 of them can be funded within the available appropriation. It represents $96 million in state grant funds with $63 million in matching dollars for a total of $159 million in project costs. 23 of the projects on the list are approved as backup projects. If any of the higher ranked projects fails to appropriate and allocate its match within a deadline prescribed by the Capital Construction Assistance Board, which is typically around Election Day, then we are able to award those funds to the next highest ranked project and so forth and so on, attempting to spend as much of the appropriation available to the program as possible, or award as much. You have in your packet a list of recommended projects, a long list of project summaries as well, a list of projects by congressional districts, and a map of recommended projects. So today, the State Board of Education is asked to review and make decisions regarding the prioritized list, by statute required to be done no later than June 20th of each year. Modification or disapproval is permitted only if the State Board concludes that the Capital Construction Assistance Board misinterpreted the results of the priority assessment or misapplied the prioritization criteria. If the State Board does not approve of the list, it shall specifically explain in writing its reasons for finding that the Assistance Board misinterpreted the results of the priority assessment or misapplied the prioritization criteria. So a vote is requested to approve the prioritized list of best grants based on eligibility, subject to the availability of funds and financing, and any other noted conditions, with any adjustments to the grant amount and match amount as may be imposed by CRS 22-43.7-109-10A, and with adjustments necessary to maximize use of all eligible appropriations. So with that, if you have any questions, we're happy to try to answer them.
Thank you. Do you have any input for us, Ms. Chrysler?
Just that we, very much appreciate the support that we continue to receive from the State Board. This was a difficult year in that the grant requests far exceeded the amount that we had available. So, that's always difficult with a lot of need out there. But, we feel confident that, the process resulted in a list that we very much believe is important. And, I'm very happy to answer any questions that you all may have. Thanks.
Thank you to you and to your board members. I appreciate it. So may I first please have a motion, and then we'll have questions and discussion. Anybody? Yes.
I move to approve the prioritized list of best grants for the 2022-23 grant cycle as posted in board docs.
That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Questions? I haven't been going down the line, even though I can hardly see you all. So I'm hoping that if you have a question, you put up your hand, or Board Member Durham.
I have two questions. One, in the, you have a list of all the projects, and there are a few of them in red. What does that denote? There's no
Those
key.
projects, Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. Durham. Those projects are dependent on a November bond election.
Oh, okay. And so if the bonds don't pass, then you'd move up other eligible, other eligible projects.
Correct. Sometimes the district may be able to find different avenue through cash funds, but typically, yes, we would attempt to award to other projects.
Okay, and then secondly, Madam Chair, would I be out of order if I wanted to strike any of these that didn't have 95% participation in the CMAS test?
Could I ponder that, please?
I'd say so.
Just
that
asking.
information was given, and I'm just not sure the board wants to give me that next year.
Just a question.
We have been here too long. Board Member Escarza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a little quick side note. So going through this list, and I saw it was North High School in the gym. Years ago, friends of mine, Michelle Krawcheck, if you're out there, Susan Olsing, they always told the kids there was a swimming pool underneath that gym floor. And that's all a part of this long, long standing joke. And when I saw this, I thought, oh my gosh, if the kids ever see underneath now, they're going to know the truth. So don't know if there's a pool as a part of it, but it just really struck me how time flies. Thank you.
No bodies buried there?
Never know what you'll find when you start excavating.
Yeah. Okay.
Question. Vote?
Call the question.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you.
They drove 2 hours to get here.
It's a lovely drive.
It is.
We
Drive
can
safely going
never
home.
predict you. We can never predict you, 7. Be prepared.
You're absolutely correct. Hi. You're so excited to talk about this. We're going to talk about budget. Commissioner, CDE budget for the coming year.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We always come before you in June to start the budget conversation. It always takes us by surprise, no matter how many years we do it. We're always like, we just finished this. Why do we have to do this again? So this is just our introductory discussion of our budget, where we just put all ideas on the table, just a brainstorm, just throw it all out there. And so that's what we're doing today, Ms. Oakes, and this is the first time you've seen Mr. Peel in front of you. He is our new budget, or not new anymore, but he's our budget director, has been doing an amazing job for us, and so this is his first time presenting in front of you. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Oakes and Mr. Peel.
Yes, and I'll just be brief that, Mr. Peel started with us last August, and we're very happy to have him on board. He's been great helping us work through the last budget cycle and really trying to get us off to a great start. So again, as the commissioner said, this is our briefing you to get you up to speed, kind of little where we are after last session and some ideas that we have, and would like your input and thoughts on things that you think are worth us pursuing more to bring back for August. And then in August, we would ask for your vote to finalize, yes, we are going to proceed with these decision item requests on November 1st. So welcome your input. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Peel.
Allow me first, please, to ask the commissioner, since I struggled through reading this, what are the overarching thoughts in the development of this budget? Is this a wish list in a number of areas? And if this is an unfair question, so.
Sure, so I'm happy to just talk about our process. So usually when we finish the legislative cycle, our executive team gets together and talks about, okay, now you need to go back to your teams and talk about, are there any needs that your teams have in order to execute on the requirements that they have, right? And so at this point, we don't put any restrictions on what those ideas are. We say submit them to your exec team member, and then we talk as a team, and we really, unless if there's something way out of the scope, we'll take that off and we won't even present that to you. But if there's something we want your feedback on, we will present it to you in this June meeting. We don't have an expectation that everything in this presentation will go forward, but we do just want to show you what our staff have brought forward as potential needs.
And the overarching criteria doesn't necessarily relate to our 5 goals, or does it? Because some of this seems administrative, which is not part of the goals, but it's part of how we get there. So I just kind of wanted to think, if we could, the big picture.
Right, and we do think about that more on the back end once we get your feedback. And some of these things are administrative. Like the translation services is a big deal. That's not, we've never had that, and we do think it's time to have that, and we do think that that's an important thing to meet accessibility requirements. But that doesn't neatly fit within our strategic plan. So when we get your feedback, and we know we have to make hard choices with the budget, and as we get direction from OSPB, we know we have to make hard choices. And when we start making those choices with your feedback, we also put that through the lens of our strategic plan.
Thank you. Thanks for entertaining that. I just want to make sure it was hard on you first time through. I'm kidding.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm excited to be here, excited to address the board and discuss the budget a little bit, give a little bit of an update of what just happened in the previous session, as well as talk about what you're alluding to in terms of the potential requests that we might include in the 23-24 budget. The first slide is basically a recap of the decision items that we put forward as a department and what was awarded by the Joint Budget Committee, or funded, I should say. In terms of the capital construction project, the additional operating expenses for the state board for the 2 new members, security operations as well, the infrastructure request that we previously discussed and that was funded by the Joint Budget Committee, the expanding resources for for improving schools was a governor's office request for $2 million that the board supported a comeback when it was originally only funded at $1 million, but ultimately funded for the full $2 million. And then empowering parents with school information was funded as essentially as requested.
Oh, what's ours? Oh, I know. Okay.
To run through the process for the new cycle, here in May, the governor's office released their guidance for the new cycle, and here in June, we're at the meeting to kind of inform the board of what's going on and what the thought process is. And of course, as Commissioner Anthes, Dr. Anthes said, in August, we'll come back to the board to discuss a final vote and get approval or final input on what to do. And then October, we'll present the governor's office budget requests. And then in November, we'll submit our request to the Joint Budget Committee. And then sometime in spring, the Joint Budget Committee and the legislature will finalize the budget for 23-24. In my mind, one of my favorite cliches is context is everything, because we have to kind of understand things in the greater context of what's going on. And that's why I thought that the next slide would be important to share, because the context of the greater state budget, the greater economic environment is something that is something we have to take into account as we look at what's going on. And as we know, right now there's a relatively quick inflation rate right now, 9.1% last I checked. I think that's going to be updated. 9.1% for the Denver CPI should be updated, I believe, tomorrow with a more recent number. And of course, the forecast from OSPB will be updated in about 10 days as well. So a lot of these numbers on this slide will be updated pretty quick. But for the moment, we're looking at Tabor growth of about 8%. We're looking at general fund that's been increasing at a pretty quick clip, but it's currently anticipated to slow down. We're looking at OSPB guidance that is asking for a 1% increase over the prior year long bill as introduced, which if you take the inflation rate and subtract that out, it's about a 6.2% actual, could be an actual reduction if you take it in real terms and from the dollars. The next slide I thought was just interesting to point out that this is the total state budget as reported by the JBC in the appropriations report. And it kind of divvies it up by category. And you can see that over the past 10 years, the total state budget, the K through 12 share has actually decreased in the total share. And this takes into account federal funds and all the different funds that are out there.
Excuse me. I always hate to hear, I think that's bad language to use. It has not decreased. It has increased dramatically. In dollars, it is a slightly less percentage of state overall spending. So when you say that it's, I don't want the interpretation out there that a decrease is or that the budget has been reduced is a decrease in the rate of increase.
It's the share.
So just, I think whenever we use any language like that, always needs to be accurate about total spending in dollars. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board Member Durham. Yeah, my apologies if I wasn't trying to imply there was a decrease in spending. I was just talking about total share, and yes.
Yeah, I'm sure you weren't, but unfortunately, the news media would like to pick that up and say there's been a cut in education spending.
Yeah, definitely not a cut in dollar terms.
Yeah,
appreciate that. Thank you.
And this next slide shows that actual of just general fund, the specifics related to general fund in terms of the share that each group has over the past 10 years and how it's changed from 10 years ago in terms of share of general fund to today. And the next slide just talks about the share of different funding sources that make up the budget for the Department of Education, which the vast majority comes from general fund, and the next biggest piece is going to be cash funds. And a majority of these cash funds are going to come from the state education fund, with a decent share from the BEST fund, as well as some from like the licensure fund and some other funds like the rural school cash fund grant program, but those funds actually come from the state education fund. So again, the biggest share is going to be the state education fund.
And I think important, again, for clarification purposes, the state education fund is a general fund. And I don't know why really you would break that out and treat it as cash funds, because it's really not cash funds. Generally, as the budget committee, and certainly when I served on the budget committee, those are funds that are derived from fees and other than taxes. This is essentially tax money, this 23%. So I understand maybe technically there's a reason to break it out, but there's no less.
Isn't that Amendment 23?
Pardon me?
Wasn't that Amendment 23 that created?
Yeah, but it's not cash. It's not fees. It's not the things you ordinarily associate with cash funds.
Thank you. Yeah, just a small portion would be fees, and that's going to be the licensure fund. Other than that, yes, it's going to be essentially the state education fund or the BEST program fund.
Thank you.
The next slide just recaps the last few years of the School Finance Act and for per student funding and the budget stabilization factor amounts. Next slide just kind of recaps a number of the different notable budgetary impacts from the School Finance Act from most recent legislative session. Just a couple quick things. The first bullet point is going to be this kind of a recap and reference the prior slide around the total program funding. The last bullet point, again, kind of going to Board Member Durham's point around the general fund and the state education fund, is the transfer of $300 million to the state education fund from the general fund. And obviously there's going to be Amendment 23 funneling money there, but also there's going to be transfers and stuff from the general fund that puts money there. The next slide just references one of the big notable budgetary impacts from a special bill around special education funding, and an $80 million impact in infusion of additional funds there. And to talk a little bit more about the governor's guidance that he has for agencies in the executive branch, he has put forth guidance that says 1% increase over the long bill as introduced, and that's what translates to about $2.4 million for CDE as they've put it out. And on
Could you clarify that? That means the governor is suggesting that that's the amount of money available to the each state agency, and that has to include then inflation. Is that how I should read that?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Basically what this is talking about is the governor is creating targets for each agency, and those targets that he has created and that he is suggesting for CDE. I think it's obviously a suggestion for CDE, while it's more of a mandate for the other executive branch agencies, is a 1% increase over the long bill as introduced. And so that 1% is what creates a target of what is additional funds that they can request. There's a couple of caveats that are notable. One is that they're going to do the statewide recommendation for salary increases and such outside of that 1%. Oh. And so that 1% wouldn't theoretically include that component. Okay. But, and they're also putting off to the side caseload increases. And so the last bullet point on this slide talks about the caseload component, how they are making an allowance for mandatory caseload increases, but then they're trying to back off by 1%, what they call it on that, to have a slightly lower increase. Again, we're going to get into derivatives, first and second derivative if we talk about calculus on that one, but we won't go there because that could take a little bit more time, so we won't.
I know, no.
But the gist of it is that they're talking about a slightly lower increase than what the typical caseload increase would be, meaning that the implications of which aren't completely clear, is what I'm trying to say in this bullet point on the caseload increases. To jump into the different items that have been put forth for consideration for the 23-24 budget cycle, the first one is an inflationary increase for primarily IT-related items, that we have our maintenance agreements with different providers. We have other items like that we have to pay on an annual basis that have escalators from year to year. And those escalators are becoming more pronounced in the current inflationary environment. And so there is work to look at those types of increases that are happening in order to keep up so that it's not crowding out other aspects of the work, whether it's people or whether it's other operating expenses that get crowded out.
Are you being notified? I'm sorry, guys, if you have questions, I'm gonna keep running. Are you being notified of those price changes? How does that feeling? Is this going bonkers and every 2 months you get something else that's increased? Or can we plan?
That's a great question. Can we plan? I think that that's going to be something we're going to try to figure out a little bit more precisely over the next few weeks and try to get as much data and information as we can. I think there are a number of items that we are getting in terms of renewal agreements that are going up, and we can see some actual increases. The challenge in my mind is that we're trying to project for 23-24, and we probably don't have a lot of great data for 23-24, and a lot of the inflationary increases are only now starting to trickle in. And so part of the problem is we're going to see some increases here for 22-23 that aren't necessarily factored into the budget. And then additional ones that part of the current inflationary number is an environment would suggest might be even higher for 23-24. Hence the thought process around we need to kind of look at what we need to do and try to project as best we can with as good a data as we can get.
Are most of our contracts July 1 to June 30th?
I believe so, but I can find out for you because I don't know for sure.
I mean, I think our health and planning
Yeah,
results.
we'll get the more detailed information, but I think the majority of those are, sometimes when we do it, we'll start it, partway through the year, but it's nice and cleaner to have it. So we normally will have it end on a June 30th. So normally they are renewals.
So when we get together in August, we're gonna have a guess on how badly we guessed this year's budget based on unintended increases in prices.
Yes, and in some cases, we have a 5-year contract, and a lot of times there's escalators in there that's
Automatic.
negotiated as part of it. So you would know what those are, for during that time of the contract. And then it's when it comes up for renewal and we rebid it, then that's when we would see the jump. And so depending on where we are in each of the cycles of the contract.
Okay.
But one example, security is mentioned here. So as you know, we have the security guard at the front at 201. And that was something that we got notice a month ago saying, we are not going to accept the renewal for the year. So we were, I think, 2 years into a 5-year contract, and they said, we are not going to, we cannot do it at this rate anymore. So we're having to go out to rebid that because they are not going to continue.
Is that a private, that's not a private agency, is it? It is.
Yeah.
Got it.
So that's an example.
Thank you. Board Member Durham?
Using a specific example, let's say of the cost of CMAS tests. So I presume we have a contract for next year's CMAS tests. Is that at a fixed price that we know what it is today? And we knew what it was when we put it in our budget last year. So that's covered at least for this coming year.
Yes, that is.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I believe that the CMAS test issue is handled a little bit differently, that usually right before figure setting, the Joint Budget Committee staff will reach out to us and ask for additional updates on that information to make any adjustments for the testing process for the following fiscal year. So we have a little bit of an opening closer to when the long bill is finalized to input some information into that if it's needed.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Sorry, but go ahead, please.
And I think that anything that we encounter that's primarily payroll-based will have a significant inflationary impact over the next year or two. The next one is related to translation services, and we're looking at potentially an FTE or two due to the need to comply with Title VI requirements around providing translation services or other kind of transcription, or not transcription in this case, that's a different one, but this is basically trying to have either translation of documents or translation of meetings, depending upon what the particular need is. My understanding from information from the AG's office is that there is a need that we have, that we're supposed to be proactive in providing those services when we could reasonably believe that they are necessary. And that there's a certain rule of thumb that we should be looking at, the 5% rule and other things, that in order to understand when we should be proactively doing that. And that's looking at potentially 1 or 2 FTE plus potential contract services for when the need expands based upon a specific meeting or otherwise big group of documents that needs to be translated.
So as I understand it, we had an employee who did a lot of the translations for us who's no longer there. Do we have a sense for how much time was devoted to that? Because it wasn't only translation, it was also other services in that department. In other words, you're not translating every day.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, I can take that. Yes, and we will be hiring back for that position, but the majority of that role was not for translation. We hired somebody who was bilingual that could do that, but he had other responsibilities in addition. So I think we really saw the increase in needs during some of our accountability hearings where we have different populations that need to access the material, and the amount of work and translators needed for all of the Adams 14 materials, all of the board materials was substantive. And again, in order to meet the federal requirements, we really should be doing that on a more regular basis that we haven't been doing. So we would need more than the person, that just had like 10% of his time carved out for this. It was far beyond what he could do.
And there isn't any way to share this with another department or for the state to have a centralized resource? Because what I can see is hiring a translator, and unless there were other duties that needed to be done, we hope that we don't have this every day, like yesterday.
Let me ask a question.
Go ahead.
I mean, yesterday, when we started, at least no one had picked up a set of headphones.
But we did have translation yesterday, all
They-
afternoon.
Did somebody, I
They
know
did
that.
have- They
Yeah.
had headphones.
So somebody finally did. How many people?
Yes.
Multiple.
It was just one person, I think.
No, I think that was 3.
3, okay.
So it's for 3 people, we spent how much?
You would know the price.
Doesn't matter, probably, but,
Matters to me.
okay.
Give me 1 second. I'll just pull it up so I have the accurate.
That'd be fine, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, we do have some new accommodation requirements that we need to meet too with our website and others, so.
Okay.
I mean, there are some needs, and this is kind of I would say the Cadillac of needs. And so if you wanted to go down to a Pinto. Okay.
Pinto would be good.
Is that the difference between 1 FTE and 2 FTE?
Probably. And we could talk about that, so if you want, so this is good feedback, we can talk about it as a team, and then we could bring you back some options for what this looks like and exactly what it would provide.
I mean, what is this, $35,000 to $40,000 a month?
I believe that is when we have translators come to the meetings, and the per month tends to be at these public meetings.
I believe it's that, plus in addition, any kind of document translation that needs to be done ahead of time and so on and so forth. That's my understanding of where those numbers came from, is it is the people that would have to come to the meeting. Usually it's a couple people that would be needed to kind of take turns, and then the translation of all the documents ahead of time.
Okay, thank you.
The new requirements, are those across the board in the state? I keep thinking that maybe that this is not just a unique CDE
Yes,
need.
I can actually answer that, thank you. They're not new. They've been around forever. We districts usually have to do the top 10 if you're taking government monies. Been doing it for a long time. I think it's just the need for CDE, that's more new and kind of growing in there. But certainly it's been applied to education across, and
So
Dr. Esser
what do
can
school
talk about.
districts do?
We have translation services, and at the point like Aurora, which is one of the more diverse districts, has an entire department that comes out of general fund that pays for that. Because either we're going to want parental involvement and want to get information to them in a language they can understand. If it's all means all, that's what we do. We often get the comments about, well, you're not doing it in every language, so you're excluding people. And it's like, well, if you can do, you know, if I can feed 50% of the world hungry, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to try to work the rest of the 50. If I can translate for 10, if I've got 80% down, we will try then to work on the other 20. We just do what we can do within the budgets that we have. Dr. Esser.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dr. Skarzik and I have both been in this situation. Sheridan's a very, very tiny district, but it's about 78% Spanish-speaking. So we had staff members actually in each school who were bilingual and did the translations, both written translations and then interpreting when we needed it. And Jeffco years ago got a huge federal grant to do written translation services for most of the larger metro districts. I'm not sure they still have that, but that's how some of the smaller districts got around the cost of those services. But it is required by the federal government that we offer translation services. I think 10% is the minimum of students that speak another language.
I think that if 5% is the number that's been thrown around that I've heard, is if you have at least 5% of that population, and then the requirement would apply. And my understanding from the conversations with the AG's office is that some of the larger school districts have been, I don't know, for lack of a better word, yelled at by the feds with respects to the translation services.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have that number for the translation, or the interpreters that yesterday, it was $1,146.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
$300 a person that listened. $350 actually.
Never mind, I won't make comment. Please proceed if there are no more questions.
So we will take a look at options for translation services and be in touch with all of that and see what all this feedback can be taken into account. The additional one that we have here is for evaluation. There's been a request and an encouragement from the governor's office to look at additional evaluation work to be done. We have a couple of evaluators that work in one area that has 35 plus grant programs, but those two evaluators are only really able to work on 10. So they're looking for 1 or 2 more FTE to do evaluation and expand the reach of what can be evaluated, and as well as streamline legislative reports.
Can we just get rid of the grants?
I don't have all 35 plus grant programs memorized, but we can certainly get you a list if you would like.
Well, I'm not in the legislature, so I can't, but this is just something that grows and grows and grows, and legislators don't understand that we actually need to hire folks to, I mean, we've been trying to tell them that, but this is a lot. This is more than I would have expected.
We do get a lot of new grant programs every year, it appears.
Thank you.
Well,
Mr. Durham.
so we now have 35 plus grant programs, and we now have 2 FTE.
2 more FTE.
And we have 2 presently, or how many presently do we?
We have 2 presently in this area for evaluation.
But not just evaluation on this particular program, right?
No.
Yeah.
Legislative
although the way
reports.
this is phrased, to support the school health professional grant.
Yeah.
Which I don't support anyway.
I know. Ms. Pearson, could you put the Zoom on? She has some information on this.
Will you all tell me when you can see me? Are you ready for me?
Yep, yes. We can see you.
We see you.
Yeah, okay, great. Sorry, I can't quite see that part of the room. I know. Oh, nope, not found it. part of what is going on here, right now the governor's office, through the Office of State Planning and Budgeting, they have been supporting different programs across state agencies with evaluation funding. They've done these kind of internal grants to support different programs across Colorado for state-funded, mostly marijuana funded programs, evaluation for those. That money will not continue, and they've encouraged us to try and get some long-term funding for the evaluation purpose, because their money was more short-term. So they've asked us if we would start asking for some support, and we think not only can they do kind of the work that they're doing, but we want to be able to expand and look across the other programs as well and make sure we're getting some good information on return on investment for the multiple programs we're running.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Durham?
I do think this is a waste of money, and not that these programs shouldn't be evaluated, but the fact of the matter is, you're not going to find very many of them that are going to be found unworthy. They wouldn't have been created in the first place. Most of them support some sort of need. I don't know if you know, I think it's highly unlikely that you'll find any of them to be ineffective, because there's no real effectiveness standard for these things. So I think it's a waste of time to evaluate them, and I think we just ought to request termination of some of these grant proposals, particularly those that have been around a long while. If they haven't been adopted, if they've demonstrated good and the districts haven't been able to incorporate them into their own budgets, then it's time to move on, because this will just go on forever. There's nothing like a freshman legislator with a good idea, and all they can get is a little grant funding as opposed to putting an entire program in place. And there's just no, and this isn't going to do any good.
So the grant funding
isn't. Can you imagine that we're going to and we haven't done it yet. We haven't gone to the legislature yet and said, by the way, this grant is either unnecessary because the program is of no social value, A, or B, it's not functioning properly. Have we ever done that? We've had 2 evaluators for how long? How long have we had 2 evaluators?
Mr. Durham, I would have to get you the exact amount of time. We've had these grants from the Office of State Planning and Budgeting, or had the funding from them for the last, I think, 4 years approximately.
So in 4 years, have we ever made, in 4 years, have we ever made a recommendation to terminate a grant?
Not that I'm aware.
Yeah. I think not only don't we need 2 more, we don't need the 2 we have. So I don't, this is one I won't support.
Board Member Skarsgård.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alyssa and I, Ms. Pearson, and I don't know if this is for you, isn't this a part of the actual legislation that says that the program has to be evaluated? It's a part of the, and the state is expected to fund that or something like that. I think that's what I'm remembering. It's written inside of the grants.
You have to do a report, I think.
Yeah.
And that's usually budgeted within the grant. That's part of our withhold. We have a sort of overhead cost recovery number that we apply to it, right?
So is this above that? Is this an addition to? Addition to and not an instead of, or?
Let me get, if you all don't mind, let me get back to you on the details of that, because there are reporting requirements, there are some evaluation requirements. Some of that has been funded, and it varies between some of these different grants of what has been funded through the actual appropriation, and what came through separately through OSPB. So we can do a little bit more due diligence, give you all a chart kind of with the different programs and what's funded and what's not, and what's required and what's not, if that's okay.
And I think Board Member Durham, you were referring to indirect cost recoveries and
Yes.
within that kind of context. And in theory, these 2 positions, if they were hired, could theoretically be funded by indirect cost recoveries. It wouldn't necessarily be that these are completely separate from that, if it were to go that direction, but policy decision on whether to go that direction.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the specific legislation may or may not allow us to, but as a general rule, we're allowed to recover our costs. And if evaluation is a requirement, we should take that money out prior to issuing the grant, so that we don't get into a position of adding FTE through the budget process. We should be withdrawing that money from the grant itself, and even I think, and even that I think is, if if we're not gonna get some honest evaluations about these grants and occasionally be able to recommend that we no longer need X or Y, then there's absolutely no reason for this program unless you want to hire four people to do nothing. Because they're not doing the taxpayer any good. They're not doing anybody any good, because nothing changes.
So these grants are granted on the basis of need, identified need. Districts are not alike. And I think to make a generalization that they aren't any good, that they don't meet a need, unless we evaluate who gets them, how they're used, and what are the results, we really can't go back to the legislature and say, this is not a grant that we recommend continuing.
No, I said just the opposite. I suspect most of them you will find have value. You know, we might as well concede that. So unless we have some real reasons to suspect that there isn't any value, this process is not relevant. I mean, the grants I can think of off the top of my head, I mean, even the ones I don't like, meet a need, but it's an inefficient way to meet a need, to go through this grant process. It's staff intensive, and you're never, I don't want to say never, but in 4 years, we haven't found fault with any one of them yet. And I would put on the great Karnak hat and suggest we're never going to find such a thing. So let's not invest any more money in trying to do the impossible. I'd like to see this one removed.
Go ahead.
As always, appreciate the feedback and the insight and thoughts from each member.
And can we get the PowerPoint back up?
Wait till it's up. All right. The next potential request that was put forward is a request for $250,000 approximately for a data management system for a gifted and talented program. This program, I think this was heard actually last year, this request, but was withdrawn due to some technical issues that were needed to be further evaluated. It's back up this year for about $250,000. The idea is to use a new vendor that has lower maintenance costs on an annual basis than the other one, which in theory saves a decent chunk of money once implemented. Knock on wood, I guess. Hopefully with IT systems it will come out there and be great and have that savings, which could then be redistributed to the local districts at that point. But that's the hope on that one, is to get that savings and be able to redistribute those.
We're
But
required to keep track of the special funding for gifted students and then report on it. And we have a process now that is not as efficient as an alternative, as
Sorry.
getting a new one. Is that roughly what?
Yeah, I think the maintenance on the existing system is a higher cost than what's anticipated with this
Replacement.
replacement.
There's an ROI on this.
There is an ROI on this. The maintenance on the current system is approximately $117,000 a year, and the maintenance on the new system is anticipated to be about $20,000 a year. And so there's a roughly $90,000 to $100,000 difference that theoretically would quickly pay for the system and allow those savings to be redistributed back to districts.
Got it.
Thank you. Another request was to look at the Growing Readers Together program within the state library to potentially fund a couple of FTE to work with various entities, whether it's the small providers of daycare and other preschool. The preschool piece is probably not, the small providers of daycare within neighborhoods and stuff, and as well as state library systems, local library systems throughout the state to work with early literacy. The last slide around requests is just a kind of a summary of other things that are being evaluated about their potential need. items such as school transformation, school finance capacity, blended learning, and charter school program. In conjunction with that, looking at the D14, Adams 14 reorganization, what kind of resources are needed there, given the newness of that whole process and trying to figure out how that's all going to work through and make sure that the resources are there to make it as successful as possible. As well with school transformation, you have the thought process around coming out post-COVID, kind of what does that environment look like, what are those needs. Blended learning, there's a lot more online learning happening now than there was before. How do we work with that? What are those needs? And so on and so forth. So those are currently being evaluated for potential needs to bring forward in the August report.
What's House Bill 21?
1110?
1110.
That has to do with accessibility, and that's like if you have someone who is blind, being able to access the website, for example, or different aspects of the information. And again, that could go with transcription, not necessarily translation, but more transcription and stuff like that. And we're hoping to piggyback on an OIT request, Office of Information Technology, that's supposed to grab the whole state and bring that whole in and have each agency a part of that to talk about different needs with respects to accessibility, whether it's websites or other IT systems that we have, so that those that have certain disabilities could access that information and those resources.
So that's a joint project across the state.
Yes.
And we don't really know yet what our portion would be. What are we're identifying our needs?
We're working on an inventory right now, correct, to assess that, and then within the next, hopefully 4 weeks, we have that information put together to submit that as part of the overall OIT request that's for the whole state.
Great, thank you.
And kind of summarize a little bit, the OSPB target that they have suggested that we look at is about 2.4 million above the long bill from 22-23. I threw a couple caveats out there for everyone to keep in mind, as that 2.4 million includes such things as anything that CSDB or CSI would also submit in the governor's office eyes. Again, their suggested target that we would have. And I know that CSDB had a temporary reduction that they worked with the JBC on due to lower enrollment, that in theory they would be requesting back in 23-24. That would theoretically actually impact some of that 2.4 million in the governor's office eyes.
Do they get it back because they get more kids, or?
Assuming enrollment increases back to where it was,
Okay.
they would request the reduction they had due to lower enrollment. And obviously, that's going to be something that would have to wait to
No
see
way
if
to
that
know.
happens.
Yeah.
No way to know, no. But if the enrollment does increase back, I would assume that they would ask for that money back.
Sure.
And as always, the typical thing at the end of a budget or economic discussion is throwing out caveats and risks to the forecast and so on. Given the current economic environment, inflationary environment, and so on, I think that it's going to be a relatively uncertain time in terms of what's going to happen on the budget, and we're just going to keep monitoring that and try to figure out how we can adapt to the different winds that blow us, whether it's inflation or otherwise, over the next little bit. But we look forward to any other additional feedback that you all have that we can take into account as any proposals that will come forward in August are prepared and created, so that it can take into account whatever is best and try to meet the needs across the board as best as possible.
Thank you. I would certainly remind ourselves that we have made requests before and they've been turned down. To me, that's more important than not making them, if they are things that are going to help out. So if that's any kind of direction, that would certainly be my position. We can always live with these we have to live with these uncertainties, but that really shouldn't stop us quite yet. In fact, 1 year they took it out and put them back in, right? If I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a seesaw.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just highlight that this really is the very beginning of the process. So we tend to go on the side of more rather than less, because it's very easy to take something out at the last minute, like once we prepare it. it's easier to say, okay, we're going to pull this decision item in September or October. But in order to get it into the process, you know, we have to start now. So it's always easier to pull it later.
Board Member Sheffel, do you have any questions?
I really don't right now. I need to digest this, but I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, we have two more items. The first one is the Colorado River BOCES reauthorization request.
Sorry. No, it's a traffic jam right there.
So this is the Colorado River BOCES request for reauthorization as a designated agency. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Bivens.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Anthus. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Colleen O'Neill. I'm the Associate Commissioner of Educator Talent for the Colorado Department of Education. And joining me today is Ms. Mary Bivens, our Executive Director of Educator Workforce Development. Today we are here to present on the outcomes of the reauthorization review for the Colorado Rivers BOCES Alternative Preparation Program. In our presentation today, we will present information about the initial program authorization. This is one of our newest programs in the state, so we'll talk a little bit about the initial program authorization of the Colorado River BOCES, discuss the reauthorization process, identify some of the team findings and recommendations that we've made from the reauthorizations visits that have been recently conducted, and then we'll wrap up with some comments to the BOCES, or some comments, commitments. Let me try that word one more time. I know I can read it. I know I can read it. Commitments to the BOCES, and then we'll open the floor for your comment and discussions. As a reminder, alternative preparation programs are considered on-the-job training programs, and those have to have strong wraparound supports for training and professional development. When we work with alternative educator preparation programs, we expect that those programs are providing those strong supports in addition to what's happening in the classroom, not in lieu of what's happening in the classroom, in addition to what's happening in the classroom. And so those points become rather salient as we have our conversation today and as Ms. Bivens presents some of the outcomes and findings and recommendations that we've made from the Colorado River BOCES reauthorization. So with that, I will turn this presentation over to Ms. Bivens for her to continue on with discussion about our findings.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Good to see you again. The Alternative Preparation Program, as Colleen mentioned, at the Colorado River BOCES is one of our newest programs, and this is their very first time coming forward for reauthorization. So just a quick background of the last few years. They did become initially authorized as a designated agency in the winter of 2016. And they, at the time, were only authorized for special education. So they had a very concentrated focus on providing current teachers who were going to move into a special ed teaching role, a program to get authorized.
Where's the river? I mean, where is this?
The Colorado River BOCES is spread across several districts and
all rural. I'm just trying to get a sense for.
They are all rural.
Predominantly rural. Okay.
And we'll talk a little bit about program design because they are able to offer this support across the state.
Okay.
So we'll talk a little bit about that because
Up
that's a
in
very
the
good point.
parachute area.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know where that is. Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
So, our practice and is in your state board rules, when we authorize a new program, we do what we refer to as an 18-month check-in. So somewhere between 18 and 24 months after being initially authorized, we go and do a visit and check in about a new program. How are they setting up and how are they onboarding? That happened in February of 2019. At that moment, they were just about to expand and were seeking authorization the next month. They were granted authorization to expand from just special education to elementary and all the secondary and K-12 endorsement areas. So that was approved in the March of 2019. In preparation for this state reauthorization visit, the program submitted materials to the department for review. That happened this past winter. Those submissions included a self-study report, which is a requirement that we have each program do, course content alignment to the endorsement standards, and those were peer-reviewed, as they always are, and a state review team was put together, and they started our process. We are now doing a pre-site visit meeting, which happens virtually, so we can really learn about the program's design before we go to a site visit. That happened on March 2nd, and with the full review team, and the virtual site visit, and that's we're going to be talking a little bit about their program design. It's needed to be a fully virtual site visit, was conducted throughout the week of March 14th. That site visit had numerous stakeholder conversations with current and former candidates, mentor teachers, our school and district leaders who've taken advantage of this program, and the state review team also had time to meet with program leadership, the observers who go out and support the candidates, and the instructors. So starting with some of the strengths that were found in the program for the findings, there is the focus on, the early focus on preparing special education teachers was really a need, not only in their region, but across the state. And not all of our BOCES who have alternative prep programs do seek authorization for special ed. And that's because there's a lot of specialty that is needed in those programs. And so that this program wanted to do that is of high value to our K-12 leaders. The Colorado River BOCES Alternative Program leadership understands the importance of mentor teachers as well. And in doing so, they were some of our first people who sought authorization for the mentor teacher endorsement. They understand the identification and training of mentor teachers is critical to the success of alternative candidates. So that's another strength of their program. The program design for the Colorado River BOCES is a unique one. It is a fully online program. It's our only 100% asynchronous program. They onboard candidates at any time throughout the year because it is a fully self-paced program. And so along with the that being a flexibility, it also has some challenges. As the program grew quite quickly, it doubled in size from the 2019-20 school year to the 2020-21 school year. And they also expanded all their areas of that they could authorize in. The BOCES itself has identified the need to change some of their program design and incorporate more of a cohort model, including time for candidates to grow together and learn together rather than being a 100% self-paced program. They've discovered that through their own self-assessment in preparation of this reauthorization visit and in speaking to prior candidates and district leaders. Taking into account various candidates' background and experience is also a value of this program, but the reauthorization state team found a need for more intentional focus by the program on ensuring required content is delivered by the program and that the candidate's ability to show foundational knowledge competency by intentionally embedding state endorsement standards throughout their program was an area that needed to be addressed. Currently, the program relies quite heavily on candidates' ability to be grown by being a teacher and participating in district professional development and support from their mentor teachers. And the state review team needed to see a greater balance of the program owning responsibility for delivering the content. So those are some of the challenge areas. You'll see that the report that we gave you, dated May 13th, 2022, is the state's final reauthorization report. It is the department's recommendation that the state board conditionally reauthorize the alternative licensure teacher preparation program at the Colorado River BOCES contingent upon successful implementation of the areas for improvement highlighted in the final report. The state team found the mentor teacher endorsement, their most recent addition, is aligned to state standards and therefore is recommended for full reauthorization. The next slide shows the BOCES program has areas for improvement in 3 of the 4 domains that programs are authorized and reviewed for reauthorization on. You can see Domain 1, program design, which we've talked a little bit about. Domain 2, educator knowledge and competencies. And then Domain 4, which is program impact and continuous improvement. The missing domain there is Domain 3, that they were found to be meeting standards on, and Domain 3 is candidate support. And as we've described, their commitment towards identification and training of mentors help them reach that area. Colorado River BOCES was one of 4 programs that went through reauthorization this semester that we're just wrapping up. And the other 3 programs we have slated to bring forward to the August State Board of Education meeting. So we'll see you then. That's the University of Colorado of Denver, University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, and Colorado State University Global, CSU Global. You can also see that we are doing about 10 reauthorizations a year. So we have 5 slated for this fall, upcoming this fall. You only see 4 names there because one of them has a traditional program and an alternative program. So they have 2 reauthorizations. That's our Relay Graduate School of Education. So those will be continuing our focus of support. When we have a program that obtains conditional reauthorization by the state board, we immediately start monthly meetings with those programs and working with them on their areas for improvement and in preparation for us coming back and looking at the changes that are being made. So we have those already scheduled with the Colorado River BOCES. They are very open to that support and continuing to see how they can improve their program as it has expanded quite quickly on them. So that is it for our presentation, and we are here for any questions or considerations.
Thank you. Let's start out with a motion, and then let's go through some questions, if that's okay. Anybody?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the conditional reauthorization for the Colorado River BOCES Alternative Education Preparation Program in elementary, special education, secondary, and K-12 endorsement areas with full reauthorization of the mentor teacher endorsement.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Thank you. Yeah. This works. If I try singing, I'll get it right away. Okay, questions? Comments? Board Member Esser?
Madam Chair, thank you. And greetings, Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Bibbins. I know I spoke with Dr. O'Neill about this particular reauthorization. I am concerned, especially when I look at the 3 domains. I know it's a conditional authorization. What have you asked them to do specifically to improve the outcomes for their students?
Absolutely. I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think we had a slide,
The
on
slide
it.
was, yeah.
The slide disappeared on us, but we did have a slide on it.
Tell me which one.
I think, generally speaking, there's a
Areas for improvement.
There
I
you go.
got it. It's
Areas
up.
for improvement. There you go. So we're really keen on ensuring that they are providing those supports themselves and not getting it ad hoc by individual experiences that the teacher's having. So I can give, this is not an exact example, but as an example, if a student is in, an alternative teacher is in an IEP meeting, not allowing that IEP meeting or that training to be the professional development for teacher preparation, allowing it to be a part of, but then really supporting that from the other side. And so those are some of the things that we're intricately asking for them to have more robust supports outside of the day-to-day work that our teachers are having in the classroom or with their district.
And
so those are some examples.
Thank you. And what has the BOCES specified they're willing to do to to move to a more cohort-based experience for the candidates?
I'll let Ms. Bivens answer because she's had a lot of detailed conversations with them.
I have, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Esser. They are fully committed to all of the areas for improvement. They are committed to moving to incorporating a cohort-based model. They also are committed to bringing on more instructors to teach certain content areas that we have identified for them and that their candidates have given them feedback on. So we are anticipating a shift in their program design that would be marked.
And how many candidates are we talking about?
Thank you. In 2019, 2020, they had, I want to say, 12 participants. The following year, in 2020, 2021, they jumped to 25. So, and then they have increased, I don't have the exact numbers for this year because they haven't turned in the formal numbers, but anecdotally, I know they've increased even more since then. So I just think some of the program design was developed in a very small, we're only going to do special ed, where we have a small number, and that program design just is not meeting the needs as they've expanded in number and content areas, endorsement areas.
So what, are they going to be hiring instructors, professors, teachers? What's going to change now?
So first and foremost, we want to address their general program design of asynchronous, 100% self-paced. You know, so I think we need to address that with them in the way that makes sense to get to the outcomes we need to see, because there's ways they can do it. We aren't telling them you must hire this person. We're saying we need to see these outcomes. And some of the ways we're hearing through we've discovered through our review is your program design is one of the things that is impeding the outcomes that we need to see. So we want to support some great components of their program design, but shift them to make sure that the outcomes are happening.
Good. And I'm guessing because of location, it's very important that we keep this program.
It is. They're definitely serving a population that
Absolutely.
is much needed and has grown over time, and we can see some market changes in the number of contacts that they're getting this year. And I do expect them to be in the 50 to 80 range. Within the next couple of years easily to be able to serve their communities.
Thank you both very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
When you say program design, are you suggesting a curriculum?
No. Thank you for that. That would, content falls under Domain 2. Domain 1 program design is the way the program is set up to deliver the content, online, cohort-based.
Blended.
Thank you. Blended, you know, those kind of things.
Questions? Board Member Rankin?
So when did they first come into being? It's not been that long.
Correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a great question. They were authorized in the winter of 2016-17. And so their first round of candidates, I want to say they might have had one or two in 18-19. But by 2019, 2020, they had 12 candidates. So you can see, very new program, but it is just growing quickly.
Do they do the other things? Do they provide other things that BOCES do, that
Yes.
small? Okay, this is just an additional thing. And do other BOCES do this particular alternative? So they could actually call another one and say, help us with program design here if they want to. The director is Hoptonstall still?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and he has so much experience. He's a great leader.
He is.
For that program.
And he has, thank you, that's such a great question. We have 10 BOCES, including them, so 9 other BOCES that have alternative teacher preparation
Oh.
programs in the state.
So
Yes.
it's a lot
Yeah.
bigger than I thought, but
Yeah.
where they are located is extremely rural. And I wonder, are they doing anything with Mesa University, because it's not that far down the road?
Yes.
Is there any?
It's one of the areas we're discussing with them. Yes.
Oh, okay, well,
Yeah.
thank you for that report, appreciate it.
Other questions? Do I have a motion on the floor? Call the roll, please.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarza?
Yes?
Board Member Usser?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. So the last item on our agenda, are board members' current activities. I don't have anything to report, except that two of my colleagues have birthdays. I'm now mixed up who's when. Who's tomorrow? Board Member Astor's birthday is tomorrow. Board Member Skarzica's birthday is the following day. I'll speak for the rest of us, and we all wish you a very happy birthday. And am sure that you are thankful that we did not schedule this meeting on your birthday. Okay. So, Board Member Esser, what's your report?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I don't know if I reported on this last time. I don't think so. I went to the Jefferson County Schools fundraiser for the school district itself. It was this magnificent live auction. There was a signed hockey stick from McKinnon, and they're in the finals for the Stanley Cup. And I was fairly certain that $200 or $300 would buy that stick, that signed hockey stick from McKinnon. It went for right around $7,000. So they had an extremely good crowd and raised an amazing amount of money for Jeffco Schools. So it was great fun. Got to meet with the other board members and the superintendent, and it was very nice. And then had some connections with some of the teacher prep programs in the state recently, that just to see where things are right now since I've left that. So that's all, Madam Chair.
Board Member Shuffle?
Yes, about the literacy stakeholder group, and they continue to, be a group that identifies assessments that screen for dyslexia. Met with Ready Colorado. They have new leadership, and that was helpful. Also, National Teacher Quality on how to improve math scores, and finally, still lots of interest in the social studies standards and recommendations from the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board Member Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have a video which I'd like to have shown. I'll introduce this by saying that a couple of things. One, as you know, my reports are usually very brief, but this report is generated by, it seems like every time I go out to a meeting, I get some question or contact about activities that are going on in our public schools that parents find offensive. And so I finally spent my off time trying to do some research and just in talking to some of these parents. So and by the way, I mean, this is not going to be a pleasant experience, I suspect, for the board in general, but I think, and I will say that I fully understand these issues are largely not in the purview of this board to deal with. However, I think without at least the only available way to confront these issues, and I feel some obligation to do so, is to finally just talk about them and force a discussion of them. And so if you'd play the video, Ms. Marumba. Maybe. We got it? Okay.
A very special guest for you. Her name is Erin Lee, and I don't know her very well, but she is related to some very good friends of mine. And she went through a horrific ordeal. I'm going to let her give you the details, but basically her daughter was told she might be transgender. Young daughter had just turned 12 years old. And you know, this was a real shock to the parents. It happened in Colorado. Erin, welcome to the program. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your courage in speaking out. I understand you have not really been very politically active or outspoken on any of these issues. It just kind of caught you by surprise. But tell us what happened to your daughter in the school district area, Poudre School District in Colorado.
Absolutely. So last May, my daughter had just moved to a new district, new town. It was the height of COVID protocols. She was incredibly vulnerable. She's a shy, artistic, introverted little girl. And one day her trusted art and homeroom teacher invited her to stay after school for art club. So she texted us and we gave our permission. Of course you can stay for art club. When she arrived in the classroom that day, she very quickly learned that it was actually GSA Art Club, or Gender and Sexuality Awareness. And her trusted teacher had invited in an outside presenter to speak with the children. This presenter started with her #1 rule: what you hear in here stays in here. She then brought out flags to describe different umbrella terms or defining words, as she called them, and how people feel under each of the flags. She explained to my daughter that if she is not 100% comfortable in her female body, then she's transgender. She then gave out flags, stickers, bracelets, and what she called the obligatory toys that kids love to collect everywhere I go. She then told the kids that parents aren't safe, and that it's okay to lie to them about where they are in order to attend this meeting and also future programming that she holds throughout the community, both online and in person. Some of the programming is actually includes adults, so she's got 12-year-olds in these meetings secretly with adults. She told the kids that she brought out the genderbread activity. I don't know if you've ever seen that before, but the genderbread person activity, which explains that gender and sexuality are on a spectrum and that neither can ever be binary. It explicitly asked the kids who they're sexually attracted to. There was 11, 12, and 13-year-olds in the room when this happened. She doubled down that parents aren't safe, that heterosexuality and monogamy are not normal. And she then proceeded to hand out her personal contact information to the kids, encouraging them to connect with her without their parents' knowledge, by cell phone, by email, and by team chat platforms like WhatsApp and Discord, where parents can't see the communication. She also sends them invites to her secret meetings through these channels. So this predacious stranger, it turned out, had absolutely no qualifications to be speaking with children about sexuality. She's not a licensed therapist or counselor. She's not a full-time teacher in the district. Her only qualification is that she was a lesbian that didn't have this kind of program when she was a kid. So when we picked our daughter up that day, it was clear on her face that something was incredibly wrong. She was uncomfortable. She had just, had her innocence ripped away in a moment. And she had these trusted adults tell her that parents aren't safe and that she shouldn't tell us what had just happened to her. So we're fortunate that we recognized that and that she immediately told us what happened. But we were just caught off guard and completely ill-equipped to help her deal with what had just happened with these trusted adults.
Well, I'll tell you, Erin, that to me sounds exactly like the language that pedophiles use when they're grooming children. You can't talk to your parents about this. It's not safe to talk to your parents about this. But that is so appalling. And it reminds me of a story I wrote less than 2 years ago. We caught a teacher on film, actually a concerned parent in California sent me this. A teacher in California also was creating one of these, back then I think it was called the Gay Straight Alliance. That was before they rebranded as the Gender and Sexuality Alliance. And she's on camera talking about how she and her husband were deliberately recruiting the ones she described as the most emotionally unstable kids to lead this LGBT group, and that she was using them as puppets. And I mean, this stuff is not just limited to your district in Colorado. These types of things are happening all across America. So, Erin, I imagine you were a little bit upset by this, and I would imagine you had some conversations with officials at the school or at the district. What happened? Did you complain, and what kind of response did you get from the school or from the district?
So we somehow remained calm enough to follow the appropriate channels of dealing with an issue like this. We reached out to the woman who had given her personal information to my child. And she doubled down on everything that she did, completely copped to it and was proud of it. Extremely concerning. I never replied to her, so then we went to the principal. And the principal confirmed that they in fact had conducted this meeting in secret, that they always conduct this meeting in secret, because as the public school, they're obligated to provide a safe space for children, essentially from their families. We never sent her back to school the next day, so she never set foot in public school again. We put her in a private Christian school where she's now getting a much better education and doing much better. From the principal, we took it to the school board. The school board ignored our pleas. I stood before them, I cried, I pleaded, I got no response from all 7 of them. Repeatedly followed up, eventually got to sit down with one of our school board members, and as it turned out, this woman is best friends with the woman who was invited into the classroom. In fact, this school board member volunteers with this woman's organization with children as young as 5. So the roots run deep. There is nothing that's been done about this situation. The teacher that invited my daughter into this club is still the GSA sponsor for that school, and this has no repercussions. The woman is still out in the community. She's at the Boys and Girls Club. She's in our library system. She is an employee of our county health department with access to children's information. It is a paid position. So absolutely nothing has been done by anyone in the district or beyond to address the situation.
Oh, wow, that is shocking. And so I know you've started speaking out about this. In fact, I heard you did a radio interview on this. What kind of reaction has there been in the community? Are other parents concerned? Is there anything happening?
So there is a small group of parents who is concerned and who has been incredibly supportive of us. There's an even larger group of parents who have condemned me and criticized me and labeled me with all of the names that these programs teach our children we are, right? I've been called intolerant, bigoted, homophobic, transphobic, and as it turns out, these are the words they taught my child to expect me to be. They taught her that your heterosexual, monogamous parents are intolerant, and therefore we shouldn't tell them this happened and expect their reaction to be negative. And there's been a huge outpouring of criticism from the community, from family, from friends. I've been shocked at how many people can't accept me speaking the truth just to try to inform other parents. And I'll say, you know, another step that I took after following the proper channels was to call the police. Because if this had happened on a playground, that would have been my first call. But because it happened in a school, this person is completely protected. And the police officer who I worked with, the sheriff, said, you need to get loud. You need to get a megaphone and you need to make people aware. Just because the law doesn't prevent it, doesn't mean it isn't wrong and that other parents don't need to know about it. So that's essentially what motivated me to speak up.
Well, I'm glad you did. And, you know, even if only one parent hears this and asks their children about it and figures out something's going wrong, you know, it's I think, well worth the effort. Because what happens with so many of these cases, and I'm sure you've looked into it, is that these children, they're young, they're naive, they're impressionable, and when they hear these things from the teacher, they start to think, well, maybe I am transgender, maybe I do need to get puberty blockers, maybe I should consider surgeries. And they become lifelong dependent on this system. They end up getting sterilized. They can never have a family of their own. And it's something that will haunt them for the rest of their lives. In fact, there's a growing group of people now who have gone through this. I've interviewed some of them on this program who were suckered into this and who now live the rest of their lives with the regret of what they did. You know, if you don't mind me asking, Erin, how is your daughter now? Is she still, you know, troubled by this? Has she been able to put it past her? What's the situation with her now?
So I will say that I've heard a lot of stories around the country of teachers taking this a step further, of, you know, encouraging children to transition, to take those puberty blockers, to mutilate themselves, and we're really fortunate that we caught it.
Sorry about the length, but I think this is important. It's hard for me to go out to a meeting anymore and not hear parents concerned about something like this. And let's take the specifics out of it. I think the most troubling thing is that a school district would tolerate a circumstance where anyone involved on their behalf, whether employer or not, would suggest that you should not tell your parents what happened. I don't think any parent should the first question they should have to ask their children when they come home from school is, what did they tell you not to tell me about today? Because that is, to me, the most troubling aspect of this particular incident. I'm also troubled by the fact that, you know, I think there's no doubt that it happened in a way consistent with what the parent described, and that what the parent described was that the daughter, 12-year-old daughter, was invited to an art club, turned out to be a meeting about sexuality and gender. The meeting was conducted by an activist, not a school district employee, which I seriously question as a serious breach on the part of the district. And then, of course, the instruction of let's not, don't tell your parents. So I think it's important at least the parents recognize that there are these problems that are out there. I'm going to read a couple of other things that I've come across from Colorado recently. Another mother fought for most of the school year to access materials a school district sexual assault response team planned to use to educate middle school students about sexual harassment, sexual assault, and sexual contact. Her student had previous trauma and was concerned, and she was concerned this could be brought back up by indelicate discussions of these issues. After being told that parents were not allowed to view the materials, she only obtained them by filing a formal Colorado Open Records request. When she reviewed them, she found skits involving sexual harassment between students, discussion of transgender issues, and other highly sexual information. The problem I have with this is not the content, but the fact that any school district would withhold any instructional materials from review by a parent. And I think it's important for parents to request these materials and expect to receive them, and to expect them to be given easily and made easily available for parental review. The idea that a parent has to file an open records request to receive information about curriculum is preposterous, and it's hard for me, I'm trying to pick the right adjective to describe the behavior on the part of the district that would get you there, but I guess disgraceful is the word that I'll use, and that parents should not tolerate disgraceful behavior on the part of their school districts. The third one, a Colorado mother discovered that unless she opted her elementary aged student out of 5th grade human sexuality course, her student would be exposed to sexual education materials that included an animated video of an elf jumping back and forth between a female's nipples, male genitalia growing out of the ground, and other age-inappropriate sexual images. For obvious reasons, the mother was extremely concerned about this kind of material being shown to 5th grade students. Now, in this case at least, the mother was able to get the materials, review them, and presumably opt her child out. The last example, of course, is the well-known, it's not Colorado, it's the Virginia incident in Loudoun County of the gender-fluid young boy who was given access to the girls' bathroom and sexually assaulted a girl in that bathroom, and then apparently the school board was complicit in transferring the student to another school, which rather than notifying the appropriate authorities for prosecution, and there was then a second assault. So I think we've been swept up in some sort of national wave that somehow parents shouldn't be examining these issues. The issues are not important, that parents don't have a right to participate in, that children should be exposed to perhaps predators in some circumstances. So I bring this up, simply, I suppose we could, I could try to put on the agenda a vote to condemn this kind of behavior on the part of the Poudre School District. I'm not going to do things like that to embarrass my colleagues, but simply to say that I think it is fair for me, at least, to provide some information to parents out there that they need to pay attention. I don't presume that these are the common every day, going on at every school, with every teacher, events. But I would say they are at least common enough to be noticed and referred to me on an all too regular basis. And I do hope that by spending time in a way which I ordinarily don't like to spend and discussing subjects which I don't like to discuss, that parents should be alerted that they need to pay attention, they need to ask questions, and they need to expect accountability from their school districts. And they need to be able to rely on the fact that no school district or school district employee or third party to whom a child is referred will ever suggest or ever be told, don't tell your parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say most of what I spent on this month was working around the standards, like probably everybody else, and reading the board package, which I may be my imagination, but they get longer every month. Did a visit with Rise Up Community School, again, just being a part of the community in Denver and working with the school around their development of what is a graduate, what is a competent graduate. We saw a bit of that earlier, so that's always good work. Had a meeting with Mr. Medler from the Colorado Association of Charter School Authorizers, which is always enlightening as far as practices and, wanting to push good authorizing, which I strongly support. And just did a lot of political work, of course, Obama dinner, that had a nice dinner outside. So with no COVID restrictions, just such a wonderful opportunity. So, but that was about it, just a lot of the work.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to say I had a lot of meetings and dealt with a lot of constituents, but I didn't do any of that. I did go to Florida for a couple weeks, which was really nice to get away. But I'd like to go back to what Board Member Durham just put forth. And I have to say, I could not understand the video. So I would appreciate it if it would be sent to me by our director. Thank you. And also, I'm hearing similar things to what Board Member Vice Chair Durham said, but I'm hearing it directly from constituents on a regular basis. And recently in our comments, a teacher had sent in his class assignment on including the individual students. I think they were enough alike that I don't believe all the students thought that out, and it was third graders saying that LGBTQ should be taught because we should really like our friends that are, and I thought that was rather inappropriate as a class assignment, and also not one of the students wrote it out. It was all acronyms, and you know how the department feels about acronyms. They need to be written out initially so we know what you're talking about. But again, this was third grade. It was very disturbing to me that this is taught, and proud to send it in to the board. And I couldn't agree more with Board Member Durham about parents taking notice. Just to write to me afterward or whatever is egregious and say, what are you going to do? I can't say anything because they'll hold a grudge against my student. That's rather concerning, but the only thing I can do is back him on parents getting in and getting the information and being sure of how their student is being taught and the curriculum they are using. So that's kind of my my stand, and I'll try to get more meetings done between now and August.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a number of constituent meetings, and I also met with Mr. Medler from the Colorado Association of Charter School Authorizers. We had a good discussion. I met with a number of stakeholders, including some folks from Co-Kids, and I'm looking forward to another meeting next week. I had the pleasure of attending a gathering of Gates Fellows to the Harvard Kennedy School of Government program. For any of my board colleagues or perhaps staff members who are interested in the program, every year Colorado, through the Gates Foundation, sends a number of senior leaders in state and local government to the Kennedy School of Government program for senior leaders in state and local government, and it's a terrific program, and I highly recommend it. And I had the pleasure of meeting quite a few rural Colorado leaders at the gathering. So they'll be going in 2 different cohorts in June and July, and I'm looking forward to hearing what their experiences were like this year. It's a great program. I also had the pleasure of attending the U.S. Air Force Academy graduation ceremony and some of their awards ceremonies. That was a terrific opportunity. So those of you who might have given it a pass this year, think about it next time if we get another round of invitations. It was really thrilling to be there and to celebrate those graduates. Let's see, I was part of an education panel in Aurora together with local elected board members from several local school districts, and that was a pleasure. And we had some really great questions. And I met with a teacher from the Teach Plus program who wanted to know all about the pathway to becoming a board member, so that was great. I hope that she does run at some point. And then I just wanted to renew my my reminder that this is such a great moment for us to encourage grace toward local elected board members. I know a number of local elected board members in the 6th Congressional District are facing the really, really difficult and emotional challenge of figuring out what schools their district may have to close due to declining enrollment. And it's just a really tough thing for our local elected board members and district leaders. And I know it's a stay in our lane moment for us. That's not our decision to interfere with, but it is whenever we serve on a panel with them or whenever we're invited to one of their gatherings, it is an opportunity for us to remind the public that these are their neighbors who have stepped up to volunteer to take responsibility for their local district, and it is a really difficult moment for them. So I always try not to miss that opportunity to encourage grace and civility and a spirit of thanks toward those local elected board members. Thanks.
Thank you. Having been one of those and having been forced to close schools twice, I am completely sympathetic to that. It is very, very hard and painful. Board Member Schaffel, I
gave my report already, but
I know.
want to thank Board Member Durham for sharing that. Sharing that example. I too have parents contact me with stories of kids, how this is affecting them, and also curricular examples. Parents are very concerned, and I think these examples reflect a national movement, an activist movement. It's not about tolerance, it's about activism. And I think that for HB 1192 to be driving most of the changes and adjustments to our history standards just inappropriate. There's just a lot of work we can do in terms of quality for those standards that will serve our students well. So thank you for sharing that example, and I think it's good we talk about it in detail like this.
Thank you. Colleagues, it's the end of our board meeting. I want to remind you a couple things. One, we'll meet again in August 17th. We believe it will be in Denver, across the street. Wait a minute, I'm wrong. It's 18th, isn't it?
16th, 17th.
Oh, 16th, 17th, okay.
And it is in August.
It's
It is
August
at
and it's across the street,
1525 Sherman.
but I went in the wrong direction. So it's Tuesday and Wednesday in the third week, technically the third week of August.
Correct.
In the meantime, however, we will have next week a virtual meeting. If you know for sure that there's a time you cannot make, would you be good enough to let Ms. Maramba know? Because apparently they have not attempted as yet to schedule that. So you've got a chance to say, and I will do the same, actually. Thank you. Safe travels. If you have some time, enjoy.
Can I just ask any CDE staff that have an extra 15 minutes to stay and help break us down so it's not just Marie and Angela and Teresa?
Well, you can ask us too.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.